Disco 42. And here we are. PI1, PI2. Oi, Kim, wait, I had a perfect way to like phrase it. In like such a accent. How says we, whatever. Let's become PIs, huh? After this, fuck the RCM. We'll do our own thing. We'll make another game, even though Zaum, who made the game, are like all fucked now. And but then I think some of the developers left and started their own thing, and they might work on a game similar to this, but it might be not in this universe because they don't have the rights. So I don't know, man. Hello, there was a shootout. Did you see it?
Mon Dieu, officer. It is worse than I thought. Believe me, I know all about that kind of pain. I've had hip trouble for the past week.
Yeah, same thing, right?
Maybe it's time to slow down, enjoy life a bit. Anything I can do to assist you?
Nope, but thanks for caring. Yada-da. Yada-da-da-da. I think we're just sort of making the rounds for the last time.
My man, you're alive. Almost. Kind of. Sort of alive?
Alive and limping.
Man, what a day. I missed out on most of the action, but I heard it was quite the encounter. Had a strong sense of finality to it.
Yeah, I thought it was it, but it wasn't. Here we are.
So what's next? You guys heading back to Jamrock now? Talk is local union muscle were behind it all. I'd reckon the case is closed, even if it kind of turned into a shit show.
Yeah, the case seems kind of done. I'm gonna check on a few last things. That is exactly my thoughts. Still looking around? So there's still a few things I can do, but that's why the game was telling me a few specific things I have to get done. I kind of had a feeling when it worded it like that. It wasn't the local union muscle, by the way. I don't know. Anyway.
Good luck with that, my man. Ain't easy being you, but hey, you're still breathing, right?
Sure, I met Ruby.
Okay.
Is it wise to share information about the case like this, sire? The lieutenant throws you a quick glance. What are you doing?
But does it matter? Fine. Whatever.
That's probably for the best. You keep your job to yourself. With a job like yours, you have to.
Glad you get it. Are we gonna talk to everyone? I don't really necessarily care, but I'm just curious. The horse head. Can we get in here now? Is this something new?
This found A to Z. The smell of cigarettes and perfume. There's something odd about the passenger seat. The seating fabric has been pulled tight over the lower side of the seat where the toolbox should be. Voila, a stack of neatly folded papers has been stashed behind the seating fabric. You see 3 maps depicting a large metropolitan area. It's Revachon. Some of its routes and highways have been outlined with a pen.
Now, is this new? Probably not. Is this because I improved my perception? I don't know, man.
Bonne prise.
Yeah, we. Fold it open.
This large map displays the elevated motorway called 881. The intake leading to Martinez is marked with a blue X. There's another X on the off-ramp at a place called the Old South. Toll booths at the intakes are marked with a circle. It looks like there are scant few ways of getting onto the elevated motorway that runs over Jamrock, and this person knows them all. There, Hundreds of thousands of motor carriages roar on the 881. High above the mess of brown and red roofs, that is Jamrock. The commuters don't even look down. The world ceases to exist outside the windshield.
What's the road lead?
To P.o.n.r, through the middle-income neighborhoods there, by the river, and then to Stella Maris and La Delta for work, while the men and women of Jamrock scuttle to their fates below the road. This municipal map from the 30s displays a complex system of storm sewers underneath a sub-district called the Pox, old military hospital, right adjacent to the 41st precinct. No storm will ever drown Revachol, the great solution to the riddle of history. Wind rips through the empty hallways of the once great military hospital, now just a ruin under an overgrown park. Beneath the hospital, great sewer tunnels hum and vibrate with life of their own.
My stomach might be alive. Well, it always is, man. There's nothing new there, but my mom got a new coffee machine. And then she has a Christmas calendar that she got for free. That she's like, just open whichever order. We don't have to open day by day. It's just, I got it for free, and it's got coffee for the new machine I just got. So I opened the next number. We've been open, or my mom's been opening it in order of the numbers 1, 2, 3. So I opened 4, and it was like Supremo 10, and I was like, oh yeah, ooh, what's that? I look on the back. It's under the espressos, and it's the strongest one. It's 10. It goes 1 to 10, and this is just the strongest espresso. I'm like, well, I guess I'm committed to that now. So that might be why my stomach is a bit more live, just caffeinating. Good stuff, though. Yeah, good. What's that sound?
The rattle of motor carriages and lorries driving through long forgotten tunnels, lit by gaslights.
Gaslights, third map?
The final map displays a labyrinth of service tunnels left over from the construction of Motorway 881. A few routes have been marked with a pen, where the tunnels and sewers surface near the eminent domain and a traffic island in central Jamrock, by the lake.
By the lake.
These service tunnels were probably used during the construction of the foundation beneath the motorway.
No.
Looks like the smugglers have infiltrated the road network belonging to East Motor Tract.
The smugglers have infiltrated the motor tract?
So it would seem.
So it was.
The RCM patrols most of these auxiliary roads, though apparently not all of them.
Where does the contraband end up? In people's veins.
Hard to say. This distribution network looks certainly large, yet still vague enough. It doesn't reveal much about the besmerti behind it.
The besmerti. The wait, I just had the word. Wait.
The besmerti is a Revacholian crime syndicate. They see themselves as the inheritors of the 14 Revacholian Indo tribes. But really, they're just violent gangs vying for control on the west side of Revachol.
I thought maybe it was just French for like the motive. I don't know.
With cool names like La Puta Madre and Aura Masta. It's a dark parody.
La Puta Madre. Yeah. I'm apparently an agent. God damn it, Harry. Anyway. Who do you think is behind this?
It's definitely not the Union. They just do some logistics. This operation has spread everywhere in Jamrock. If it's that widespread, then Madre remains the most likely suspect. Here's bad news. There have been attempts at a serious investigation before, but they haven't ended well for those involved.
Yeah, wonder why.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi is a brave man for saying Madre's name without the winces and whispers that usually accompany it. Especially bad news for cops who may have something in their past they don't even know is there.
Yeah, I kinda know. I kinda know now, okay? I get it. Game, I get it.
Best not to disturb the scene. I'll have forensics go over the lorry and pick this up later.
Okay.
The stack of maps looks
Bye.
close the rusty.
Ba-da-dum, ba-dum, ba-da-do. And she's sitting right here, she is gone. How's it gonna look over here? Where is everybody? Oh no, they're gone. Whatever shall we do? Whatever shall we do? We'll talk to this poo-poo.
The boyadero stares at you with respect, then gestures towards the trickles of blood adorning your clothes.
Danger comes with the boyadero lifestyle, eh? It really hurts, mañana. Pain. That's what your strike brought upon us. Oh, it's a boyadero, huh?
There are types of danger. The one I'm usually concerned with is lung cancer or getting mauled by wildlife, not bullets.
Bullets.
It calls back to an older era where this was commonplace, though. You have a true boyadero heart.
Or maybe falling off the very odd choice of... You could just sit on the stairs. Anyway, you do you. Where's everyone?
Hiding, gathering themselves. The harbor's in full lockdown, friend. No getting in or out, for the time being.
I thought I said for lifetime. Can't help me get in?
No, man. Not today. Today is war.
He says it matter-of-factly, like it's no big deal.
What's gonna happen?
Time will tell. I'll tell Everett to drop by. I'm sure he'll be glad.
Alright. What are you gonna do?
I'll be okay here, doing lookout. Quite the sight, aren't they? Getting to like that red I am. Don't worry about me. I live to alleviate the worries of our brothers. See if any insane killers turn up. Then I'll run. And live.
Trying to get shot, huh?
I'm sure I'll be luckier than you, friend.
Yeah. Bye. That's new. That wasn't there. You can't tell me that was there. How do we... Oh, wow. We'll try that after. This is just... It's just locked. However... Boinky doinky man is gone so we can get this. And all it had... was $1. Whoa, sorry. It wasn't real. Yeah, alright. That's cool. Go here. Go on, Harry. Do we need more medicine? I don't think so. It would be right in there, though. The runt is gone. Come to tell me to fuck off again, runt. Is Kuno here? Is he gonna be like, oh, you got shot? Is he gonna respect me? Probably not. Oh, that is a... I thought it was on the roof. It's just here. But it will take us up there, and again, there was nothing... We couldn't have found that lady, could we? Anyway... Hello.
Everyone says you started crying in the middle of a firefight and then bled like a pig. I guess that was cool.
Who?
People, they say you'd kind of died for a moment, that you let your shit out already, but then came back. So I guess that's what's cool now. Just don't think because you got half your dick shot off and you're an invalid now, Kuno's gonna treat you different. Kuno doesn't reward weakness. It's business as usual with Kuno. Kuno's cold like that.
Feels good for some reason.
Alright.
Watch out, pig. It's a dangerous world out there. But Kuno's got his eyes on you.
What do you mean?
Who knows?
Alright, well, I guess that's the last time I see you, little shit.
What do you see?
So our odd soul wasn't in the back of the whirling.
I don't know. They're about the same size. Not the same boots, no, but they could be the same person.
No horizontal boot prints. Whoever walked in the whirling pinball workshop didn't walk here.
No, these prints are pretty standard. The ones in the dust looked custom.
Yeah, well, whatever. This just keeps being here, man. I couldn't help it. Hello.
The tracks are as they have ever been. A bit more worn, perhaps.
Yeah. Yeah, whatever, man. And all this stuff, yeah. And in here, yup. Do I care about her? Not really, but sure.
Oh my god! Things have gotten out of hand! I thought the psychic stuff was bad, but the crime! It's even worse! I haven't been able to come to work for 3 days. The shop has been locked. No sales, gangbangers running around, shooting everyone. I know I shouldn't have bought a shop in this ghetto.
I'm the one who got shot here, ma'am. While I like just staring at her, it's just something I would actually do.
Oh my god! Even the police can't take care of all of this. Just look at that limp. Someone should do something about this. Maybe I should close the bookstore and open a psychic studio. Yes! It makes sense. Crime is the 6th element, you see. The darkest element. I could teach people to protect themselves against bad energies and to fight crime.
Sounds like a plan. Life must go on after all. Honestly, I'm not sure what to think of it. A psychic studio? It's an even worse fucking idea than the fucking bookstore and fucking matinees. I'm not sure, why not? Be like a Misty, you know, read my tarot cards or something.
Yes, what Martinez really needs is more vigilantes roaming the streets.
That was a cyberpunk Misty anyway.
Exactly. It's a brilliant idea. Thank you, officer. I'm going to start drawing up business plans right away. In the meantime, do buy...
Bye. Hello.
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books?
No, I've been shot. I just wanted to say goodbye. Goodbye. Yeah, maybe I can get a paintbrush now. What the animal? Or just paint the wall with your blood. That might be cool. She here? No? She leave her paintbrush somewhere? Should be somewhere, right? Something new in here? "16 days of coldest April." Do I care? Yeah, I guess I do. Maybe save first.
In your hands, you hold 16 Days of Coldest April by Yekaterina Dar. The cover image shows a row of concrete apartments above which span a black and white rainbow. Indeed, the book is unusually heavy in your hands, as though the cover were lined with lead. It would do that in Grad.
How long is this book anyway?
You flip through the book. The pages are thinner than you realized, and the type quite small and tightly set. It's nearly 600 pages long. Real art is dense and difficult. If it didn't feel like you had to wrestle a suicidal bear to get through it, you weren't really reading.
Look, the back cover.
The back cover is dominated by a black and white photograph of the author.
Wow, what does she look like?
She can't be much older than her mid-30s in this photograph. And yet, from this cover, the eyes of a sad old woman stare back at you.
Go on.
In cold, detached prose, the author describes a scene from one of the Yugograd riots in the 20s. Youths overturned motor carriages and set trash cans ablaze. while heavily armored guardsmen dash in and disperse them in a flurry of baton blows. The Yugograd riots took place from 27 to 29. Fueled by ethnic unrest and the state's repressive tactics, these events are often seen as marking the end of a brief period of liberalization known as the Yugograd Spring. Like all such periods, it is frequently memorialized in art and literature. As ethnic tensions run wild, a pair of young lovers meet each other on the street. Somehow, in the middle of all the chaos, they manage to lock arms and look into each other's eyes. It would physically hurt you to keep reading. Are you sure? Fuck it. Do it. It can't be worse than what you've already felt.
Go on.
They go through a brief and somewhat awkward love affair. And in the end, they betray each other and succumb to the absurdity of Gradian life. The man becomes a lens grinder, completely abandoning his former existence.
Imagine dying now.
He toils through the daily drudgery at the Lenka Polyfabricate. Happiness and fulfillment have eluded him his whole life. And in the end, he has nothing to do but dedicate himself to the craft.
And the woman?
She spends the next several decades standing at a conveyor in a Sosnovo fish processing plant. The smell of fish guts slowly seeps into her hair and skin, as every single one of her dreams dies, one by one. The memory of their short time spent together tortures the former lovers ceaselessly until the end of their days. Years pass in solitude, their bodies growing ever more decrepit.
This is terrible.
As life leaves their remains between the soil sheets, their final thoughts are filled with regret. Good stuff. I fucking loved this.
I'm sure you did. Well, that was great, I guess. Thank God we found that. So, ooh, that sure was. Yeah, yeah. You left your paintbrush in here. No paintbrush in here, man. Fuck. How are we looking anyway? All those missions still here? Oh. It's all just... I could... Ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum, bum, bum, ba-da-dog, ba-da-dog, dog with the butter. Ba-da-dog.
You hear
Ba-da-dog, dog with the butter. Oh, we've looked at that before. Just close it again. I mean, mon ami, mi amigo. Oh, si. Yeah, someone's dad is sleeping. I don't understand. Balcony, I don't think I care. Door up here, where does it go? I don't remember. Is that just where we go to the balcony? No, that's on the left. Were we in there? Or would that be where... No, I don't know, man. I have no idea. I don't have any idea. I don't know. I'm wasting a lot of time. This is why the playtime is so long. Let's get on with it. What's love got to do with it? What's love got to do?
this coin-operated viewer?
Yeah. We looked at it. I don't think we would learn anything new. Nothing down here. Ba-da-da-da-da. Go here, man. Thank you. Go here, man. Thank you. Do we need anything in there? Oh, we maybe should go buy some more medicine. Just, you know, I read a book and I fucking die. That's great. I have 4, but we're doing like some ending stuff and whatnot. I just want to be sure. I think we have quite enough money.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various
Okay, here. I hope Saint Petit.
Yes, I also hope that. Fast travel? Or should we run around one last time? Who are we gonna run into, really? I don't think there's anyone in between. Hello.
Our tenant, the policeman.
I got shot.
Even I can see that. I told you not to bring your trouble with you, policeman. We've got troubles of our own here. Though I suppose you took the worst of it. Turns out you were your own ill omen.
Guess you were right. The men with guns were coming for me after all.
I'm not sure those were the last of the men with guns either. There are always more coming for your kind, officer.
Yeah, it's very kind of you to say.
Then we'll be ready for them.
Sure. I don't know about that, but sure. Hey, look, man, I got shot.
Man, you're like...
Alright. I don't even know what he said. Anywhere else we're gonna go? The church for one last time? Fuck it. Sure.
Oh, the god of dance is back! I'm dancing with the god of goodbye.
No comment about me being shot.
Hard cop.
Hot cup. I got shot in the leg.
Ouch. I did notice you limping, but I thought maybe it was your thing or something. When I was 16, I used to date this guy who had a limp, but it only showed when he was sober. So I guess it wasn't real or something. I don't know. Anyway, shot in the leg? I'm sorry. Man, that must suck.
Yeah, it does. You feel like I hope everything good for you in the future, you know?
Yo, man.
Yeah, take care, man. You?
Yes, what is it?
Nothing, just I hope you discover more holes in reality or something.
A better deal! Yeah!
Yeah, stay you. Just like that. It's time to talk to Lillian. I mean, we won't, will we? We're not gonna do that. We don't do it. Fuck it. It's time to go.
Officer, what happened? You're limping. Why are you limping? You look terrible.
Thank you. You look great.
She sounds almost disappointed with you, reprimanding you for falling and hurting your knee.
I got shot in the foot. It was pretty bad. Ass. Some people hurt me.
Is this from the shooting in town? We heard gunshots. Not that we don't hear gunshots all the time, but they were closer than usual.
There was an exchange of fire on Rue de Saint-Guylaine. It's nothing to be worried about, madame.
You should see the other guys. That feels weird to say.
So you're a killer? That's good, I guess. Better than being dead.
I didn't kill anyone. I just got shot and laid there. I'm not a killer, I'm a cop.
Hi. I guess you are. I understand that's how it goes.
I have a question for you.
Of course. Can I help you with something?
I need to go to this island.
That won't be a problem. It's wind still and the tar just dried. We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead.
2 days of sunshine? I just got a bacterial infection.
I'm sad to hear that. Take care of that with ether, will you? Don't get too many RCM men round here. Be sad to lose the first one.
That's cool. You boasting your bacterial infection like that.
What's on that island? I saw some kind of ruins through the binoculars.
Used to be some kind of fortification there before the war. For the communards. An anti-aircraft gun, I think. Bombed to bits in the landing. I haven't been there myself. Always steered clear of it.
Hasn't been there herself. Who has then?
If you haven't been there, who has?
My husband used to drink there. Him and his drinking buddies. Always seemed like a bad place to drink to me. People died there during the landing, you know. My mother told me.
This must be one of the many fortifications that was used in the dying days of the revolution against coalition forces before they took this city.
The kids sometimes go there too. I know they do, on rafts. I tell them not to, but they bring back old bullet casings and such. The twins. God forbid
Which
they
kids?
bring the girl along on some rickety barge.
Yeah.
Can we maybe ask your twins about that place before we go? Would that be alright?
Be my guest. They've a strange way of talking. See if you can get anything useful out of them. I seldom do.
Is there anything I should know about getting there?
Well, most of it's sunken. Underwater. That means concrete underwater. Cut your boat if you're not careful. Be sure to enter from the south side. Water's deep there.
Aye, aye, Captain.
By the way, the first thing I guess I should have asked, can I even borrow your boat?
If you promise to bring it back. And no scraping the hull. I just got it nice and yellow. And no drinking on the boat. And no joyriding either.
You could just take me. You could be the sailor.
Of course, ma'am. It's only for a day or two. Official police business.
Aye.
What if I want to rock? Nod along attentively.
The crow's feet disappear from the corners of her eyes as she smiles at you.
Thank you.
Please be conservative with the fuel, will you? Just filled her up, but it's a small tank.
Yes, I'll be seeing you. But first, what I thought about doing, but then I didn't, and it's good that I waited, I guess. Hello, kids.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him do it.
Children are stupid. Okay, kids, you've been to that island, right?
On that island?
Yes, that one.
That's, nothing. It's just a seafort and some plants. You can take a raft there. It's great. And we make a fire. We make a fire.
Fire.
Mm-hmm. Gather the sticks for the fire. And bullets. Or not real bullets, empty bullets.
Do they burn?
Bullet shells. There are a lot of them left over from the war, but this could be important.
You mean shells?
I don't know what these are.
What then?
They're nice. The fire guy comes and asks us to put the fire out.
They must mean a human being on that island, but it's cut off.
Someone's there?
No. Yes.
Let's go with yes.
Uh-huh. Why is he the fire guy?
Because he asks to put the fire out.
Yeah, kinda got that. Why does he ask you to put the fire out?
I don't know. He doesn't like it. He don't like people to be there. You shouldn't go.
Because people should know he's there?
Yes.
Yes.
A suspicious request made out of fear.
Yeah. There's something about lights?
I don't know.
Did you mean there are electrical lights?
Yes.
Is there anything else you can tell me about this guy? What's his age? Does he live there?
No, he doesn't live there. I don't think. No, he lives there. Been there twice, 2 times.
2 times.
He doesn't live there. He isn't there sometimes.
Anything else? What does this guy look like?
I don't know.
Why?
We ran. He just yelled we shouldn't be there.
Your father used to go to that island too, didn't he?
Our father killed himself. Don't say that, he didn't.
He did not.
I don't know. Doesn't even have anything to do with this, you. Father isn't the fire guy.
Yeah, no, yeah. Sorry.
The two things are unconnected. Your question didn't make sense.
Sorry. No connection. I love connections. Playing connections. Connections fun. Connections. And strands. And Wordle. Always some weird. In the mini is always amino. Some type of acid. It's amino. It's a protein. It's amino. Always amino. Anyway, is that all you know? Is there anything more you can tell me about the island? There's a
lights, fire guy. We should check up on that island.
Yeah, children are stupid. Yeah, bye kids. Take care. I wish I could buy you a toy and drop it. Maybe some candy. But you know, whatever. Hello, Liliane. I shall use your bird. Or I could take this one, but I will take this one. This is a thing. This is a thing. This is a thing. Let's go.
A skiff with a small steering engine in the back floats on the calm mirror of the sea. Its 2 seats are empty.
Time to play Dredge.
Once you get in, that's it. One pull of the starter handle, and you're off into the bay. A strange trepidation comes over you. Are you sure you want to go now?
The game asks me because this is the end. We're about to find our killer, the sniper, and ask why he sniped some random guy. And maybe kill him.
Have you made all the necessary preparations? Closed all your accounts?
I bought some health and I've got a lot of morale boosters.
Remember what the net picker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this.
There's nothing. There's no. I can't do that. I don't know how to do that, and it doesn't matter. Maybe it does, but I'm just. And this, I don't. Wait. Call your station. Oh, god damn it. You know, if you dare, I don't. I don't dare. I don't want to know. Even if you were, you don't want to keep being. So, it doesn't matter. You've got a second chance, Harry. Just let it go. You take the engine, Kim. I'll hold the boombox.
What?
What? How else do we blast Sat FM on our way to the island?
Fine. Let's blast SAD FM then.
Oh, you actually... well, it was a joke, but okay, man, let's do it.
SAD FM is a radio station specializing in sad, slow rock songs.
Yeah, kinda...
You seem to know its frequency by heart.
It's nothing wrong with a bit of sad FM. Get in. Let's go to the island. He's actually doing... yeah.
Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last forever. Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last forever.
Bum ba-dum bum bum. Disco
The boat comes to a slow stop.
Elysium.
The lieutenant turns the engine off. Then there's silence.
Yeah, that was great.
In the silence, a sputter of wings. A flock of quails takes off in the distance.
Let's go.
Okay, yeah. Alright. And it goes on and on and on. Makeshift bridge. Bit unnecessary. Well, now if you want to go here, I guess. A rusted chain trails off in the ocean.
The chain trails off into the ocean.
Yes, you said it.
Island to the supply depot on the coast.
You said it better than me. This leads to the depot in the island.
Ah, yes. So it seems.
Thank you. What do you think it was used for?
For bringing munitions to the island, maybe? And supplies? You could also lock the bay when you raise the chain.
Looking from whom?
From enemies. Enemies of the commune of Revachol. This sea fort was a revolutionary fortification, I believe.
You're right. These tires are falling apart. Do I get money? Or... should we be like prepared this time? Attention, inflammable. There's a lingering trace of soot in the air, and that's where the oil drip is coming from. Some fuel has leaked out of the barrel. Black. Viscous. Shoot it. Hold control and aim. No. Not in this game.
The dry grass crackles under your feet as you stop. Far away, birds' wings touch the still surface of the sea. The flock of quail departs, now more than 100 meters away, 102, 105.
Underneath the flutter.
On the islet, there is almost no wind, just the light movement of air through the reeds. Bulrushes swaying on the waterline. Long dried leaves chafing against each other. Like a silent orchestra tuning at the beginning of some major work. Of great importance to the few who attend.
Here we go, but this time I actually do care, you know? Quite a lot, because it's a new place. Oh, whoa! We've got skill points. That's, at this point, we might as well just put them into things. Just for Harry to just have more endurance or something. I guess we'll keep saving, and then should I end up in a conversation or something, I just put all my points into. Whatever. To the west.
A silent hiss. Sea air moving through the needles of a pine tree.
To the east.
The faraway roar of the city, distant like today's dream. Before it, the sound of sand. The low tide filtered through its grains. A bird tending to its feathers.
Ahead.
A low hum. The air slowly moves through a concrete box, through its ancient slits and cracks, resonating, hollow. A big building.
Beyond that, further north.
Air flows out of a pillbox window. There is very little there. The air cossets flowers on a meadow. Absolute silence. Reeds motionless. Bulrushes motionless.
Below the silence.
Col de Mamadakwa.
I wish I made that little statement I was about to make before you said that, because I was gonna be like, what if this all just leads to like the cryptid, huh? And what if we like find it here on the island, and then fuck everything else, fuck the murder case, we solved the cryptid mystery, man. Called the Mamadakwa.
We are way out now, way out in the west. No, it's just your imagination. You can't hear such things.
God damn it, man. Don't play with my emotions, man. Kim.
Yes?
I love you. It's pretty silent on this island. Have you noticed how quiet it is? It's really fucking silent on this island.
It is. Is that why we are stopping?
Wait, I have to listen one more thing.
The lieutenant nods in silence.
Kim.
Yes?
It's...
It is.
So let's move on. I can go there, but... No. Well, you know, through this, right over here. This barrel says ICM. I come many. What? The little birch from the coin operator viewer is still holding on. No way to get up there. Stairs are gone.
ICM? This feels familiar somehow.
Kim?
Insulindian Citizens Militia. It's the official name of the Communards Army. The black and white army of the revolution.
Sounds an awful lot like
RCM? Sounds like RCM.
It does.
Why?
The RCM may descend from the ICM.
May.
It's impossible to say. It was chaos after the war. The name was good for getting people to join us. Revachol West was mostly workers and criminals.
Nice political thoughts rush through your neocortex. It's going to be hard to say them. Carrying around all that weight on a busted crutch is making you pant.
What I'm hearing is we descend from the glorious revolutionary army. It's a little embarrassing in 51, no? Maybe we need to rebrand. ICM sounds like ICP, very close to the International Collaboration Police. Nice and normal that way. Shouldn't we maybe rebrand by now?
No one remembers the ICM. The connotation is less important each year.
I guess I preached the free market 9 times. A white star.
No, an upside down star.
So a pentagram? Anagram? Polygram? Instagram?
With its horns in the sky, the symbol of the commune.
Are those specks stars too?
No, that's the uninhabited archipelago.
A DeLorean-era symbol of Insulinda, known as the face in the sea.
Looks old. What's it still doing now?
After 44 years? That's not nearly enough to hide what happened here, Lieutenant Gefreiter.
Yes.
One of these barrels was still leaking fuel, as you saw. The city is full of things like this. Old bullets, guns, fuel.
Well, it hasn't been leaking fuel for 45 years or whatever. Huh. Well, one choice. One love. Oh, we're up here. What? Oh, what? I thought... Never mind. Just blind. This was once an ornament rest. Careful, these stairs have collapsed.
An old cylindrical generator is nested above the ammo lift, with makeshift electrical wiring running out of its side and across the floor. The cables disappear into the wall to your right. The lieutenant puts his hand on the metal barrel, checking for warmth.
It's cold now, but someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
Wait, haven't you heard this before?
Wait. Pour fuel into the tank.
The lieutenant assists you, holding the canister up to the fuel tank as you tilt. Dark brown, viscous fluid pours out, and the room fills with a chemical smell.
Just the fuel I've been carrying this whole time that I was thinking about selling, but then I didn't.
There's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder and a start rope on the other side. The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old warhorse before settling down to a rattle.
Oh, audio.
That should do it.
Should do what? I kinda wish I didn't do that straight away. Where these wires lead?
Downstairs, somewhere?
Cool, yeah. Top on its side.
The tank is far from full, but there should be enough inside to keep it going for a day.
Nice. We turned on a generator or something. Books mostly fantastic. Yet don't read any. Dishes stained with sauce and fire. You see candles planted on a broken rangefinder? A moth-bitten bedsheet keeps the wind out. Barely.
There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner, resting on piles of soft-cover books. White linen and a pillow are visible under a worn-out caracal blanket.
Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh, recently washed.
How recent?
You force the rest of the sentence out through pain, thick as molasses, no longer able to hear yourself speak.
What?
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead.
No, your damaged physique has earned its rest. No matter what thoughts and dreams it may bring. Well, I guess so.
You face the concrete wall. There's less light there, in the dark corner. Like a dog, you lie there. The blanket feels cold. The entire room does. Concrete and cold. Minutes pass. Half an hour, maybe. The sounds of the sea beyond grow distant. Your eyelids close until you feel yourself standing up in the darkness, right next to the mattress. Slowly, the world begins to hatch from the blackness. It's evening. Sleep.
I think we're sleeping. The game kinda told me. The lieutenant's no longer here. And you are surprisingly more spry. We don't have no time or nothing, so the door is still there, closed. Feels strange somehow. You can't get in. What? Okay, I wonder if the other door is locked. Where do I go? This way. Go down to the chain. There's something there. Chain. Oh. Walk into the water now. You see her footprints in the water. Further. Can I just like go wherever?
Dolores Day. The innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state turns around to face you. She has an airship airbag in her hand. She seems to be in a hurry.
Yeah.
Okay, don't say you need to talk right away. Melt the ice first. This way you're already talking. But you don't even want to talk to her. She would only be cold and mean. Let her go. Let her go. This is the Holy Queen of the territories of Mwindi and Insulinda. Think of the historic knowledge we could glean. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to win her back. Win her back. How does that fit in here? And what is the Holy Suzerain doing here anyway?
Hey.
Hey.
How you doing?
I'm doing really good, actually. Both professionally and romantically. I've come to a fulfilling and peaceful period in my life. Well, how are you doing, Harry?
I'm not doing very well. I'm dying in a ruined flak tower. Blood is dripping down my chest. I'm in my head. I miss you. I don't know if I'm doing very well.
Don't say that. I know this positive thing sounds stupid to you, Harry, but it works. We all have an obligation to be happy. You too. And you will be. Now.
We happy few?
This is everything I always warned you about.
Sure. Where are you going?
I'm going to Morova. To live there, in Grad. It's 1 million kilometers away, Harry.
It's a lot of
Might
kilometers.
as well be another lifetime.
What's in the bag?
Just my scepter, my globe cruciger, a spare silk gown, a toothbrush, travel documents, the crown of immortality.
Crown of immortality.
Oh, this. This is just a wreath. The crown of immortality is made of rarefied light, mana and raw palladium. It was passed on to me by the rulers of late antiquity.
She looks at the suitcase, not knowing what more to say. Then, over her shoulder.
Anyway.
Something is off.
I'm sorry. I was heading to the aerodrome. I just don't have time to...
She means she doesn't have time to tend to your emotions.
You don't have time to tend to my emotions.
She sighs and looks over her shoulder. What are you doing? Stop saying things like that.
Can you stay for a moment? We need to talk. We need to have one more massive, epic showdown.
No, Harry. No. I don't want a massive, epic showdown. I want to go to the aerodrome. I have tickets for the 10:20 flight to Morova. Really, we don't have anything to talk about anymore. Every combination of words has been played out. The atoms don't form us anymore. Us. Our love. Our unborn daughters. It's all gone. I have to go to the aerodrome. I have to leave Revachol and you. And you have to be alone. In hell. Forever. That's just the way it is.
That's just the way it is.
Oh God, whatever you do, don't try to kiss her yet. Not after that. You're still reeling. You'll fall over if you try now.
That's not a very good way for things to be.
It's not. But...
But what? Tell me there's something good.
I don't know why I said but. There is no but.
That's it?
That's it, yes. We've talked about it 1,000,000 times. You will get over it. Just like I did. People do. Things will get good for you again.
Where in hell? Stop. You're only making it worse for him. You never help with anything.
I'm not getting over it at all. You're right. I don't even remember who you are anymore. Haha. Think I've reached the end of the investigation.
See? It just takes some time. For you, I think it'll take something like 20 years, maybe. It was hard for me, too. I used to think I couldn't live without you.
And then what? You found someone else? And then it suddenly wasn't very hard.
But I can.
Yeah.
She keeps her shoulders squared and her back straight. But it's clear you're still making her sad. It's not. It's just not possible. It's like eating rocks. You just can't do it.
20 years, that's so much time. So you felt that way once? "20 years.
Yes. It only took me 1 year, maybe 2. Phew.
So you felt that way once?
Yes. But that time is gone now. So very gone.
With all my strength, I can't. It's like eating rocks.
There is a silence. She looks at you, then over her shoulder, then corrects the wreath on the dome of her forehead. As you talk, it feels like chewing on gravel, granite, steel bars.
I'm sorry I made you sad.
It's okay.
Okay then, super okay. I still have other things. It doesn't have to be like this. Maybe we could try again.
No, Harry. We can't.
Why?
We already tried again, and it didn't work.
Is that how it is now? We should just try all good things twice and then give up. By that logic, not you too.
What went wrong when we tried again?
I don't know. Please.
Why?
Harry, we can't be together because you're insane.
That's not... Don't bring me into this. I made Harry better.
She avoids turning them to you.
Like, cool insane.
They're turning moist now. Her eyes. She slowly shakes her head and tries to get a hold of herself, brushing her hands in her gown.
What do you mean by insane?
You know what I mean.
Everyone gets a little down. In case you haven't noticed, I'm a cop. Yes, I may know what you mean.
No, you don't. You've worked there for so long, you can't even talk like a normal person anymore. It's always lists with you, questions.
They're not lists, they're trees.
This is another one, isn't it? We're in a tree right now.
Yes, but it's not possible to talk without trees. Lists are absolutely normal. Everyone has them. I like my lists.
It's not just the lists or trees or whatever. You get sad, Harry. Too sad. People can't get that sad. It's impossible to watch. Other people get sad too, but not like you. You stay down for years, and then you start beating things. You get violent.
Self-violence, I hope.
In conclusion, you're ill. You're an old, insane man. And you have to be in hell until the end of your life. And I have to go to Morova.
Get the feeling you're not really Dolores Day.
I don't know what you mean. Dolores Day?
You're the X something. You're the morning.
The morning? I don't understand.
No, So, yeah, I'm not. It's English. The morning. The morning. Like hour, but the morning. Morning. I'm grieving, but you're not even dead.
Oh my god, Harry, stop. I don't want to hear anything about the mourning. Mourning someone who's still alive. Any of that.
Sorry.
I can't do that anymore.
Yeah.
I'm not
On
18
second
years
thought,
old,
you're
I'm
Dolores Day.
32. Yes, Harry. I am. Things have gotten much better for me. Now that I am the ruler of the known world. Oh god, it's already so late. I have to go, Harry.
A tiny golden watch with red straps around her bony little wrists.
It's a 92. I've taken responsibility for my actions now. I'm a new man. Weighty and normal.
She doesn't know what to say.
So fucking normal right now.
Yes, okay. I'm glad.
I mean, I'm a moralist. The other moralists almost took me away on their airship. I'm not a broken, insane man who can't live without you. I know I made mistakes, and I've taken full responsibility for all of them. So, you can live with me again if you want to. I'm better now.
It doesn't sound like you're better at all, Harry.
Yeah.
It doesn't even sound like you're a moralist. It just sounds like you want to win me back or something. I don't want you to try that anymore, okay? It's too sad. I need to go.
You should just go. The longer you stay, the weirder and more awkward this gets, and I don't like any of it. This whole scene is horrible.
Total annihilation. We got annihilated, Harry. It wasn't about responsibility at all. It was always only about you having no power at all. Over her, yourself, anything. That's why they didn't take you on that airship. You're insane without her.
I bought you this figurine of a headless faun rider.
I don't want it. It looks expensive. I don't want it.
Thought you liked figurines.
That's not what figurines do, Harry.
But it doesn't do anything.
She looks at the headless faun rider between your fingers and doesn't know what to say.
What about dice? I had some custom dice made in this place.
Harry, I don't want things. I want to go to the aerodrome.
Alright.
I didn't ask for things. It's too late to give me anything. I would have liked the headless faun rider back then.
What about a kiss? But you said I have a vast soul and you always come back.
We both said a lot of things. We were very young.
Yeah, can't really hold that against her.
It was her. I can feel it. I can see it in her tender long fingers, in her wrists. Her hand wrote it, said those things.
Actually, you didn't say it. You wrote it in a letter.
As Queen Regnant, I write a lot of letters.
You need to recite it to her, for effect. All of it. No summaries. Yeah, put a stake through your heart. She'll get hurt too. Collateral damage. She won't get hurt. She'll bend out of the way.
Have it right here. Let me refresh your memory. You know what I mean. You left me a letter saying you will always come back to me. That you can't believe how happy you are with me. Man, I don't want to do either. But here we are.
Please, Harry. I just don't have time for this.
Every morning, when I step out and you're asleep behind me, I find a little piece of sadness in me. I carry it in my chest down Voyager Road. Every step I take, it grows. Until, by the time I reach the fuel station, it has filled me completely. I step on the light rail and look back. Something. Bow or bow collector? I know it will be like this until I walk back to you. You, every step I take will get lighter. It almost makes me run. Sometimes I do. I can't believe I met you. I can't believe the happiness I feel with you. You have a vast, vast soul, and I will always, always, always come back to it.
Okay, stop. Yes. Are you happy now?
There's more. Kisses, kisses, kisses. Being a police detective, I have performed a handwriting analysis on this.
Very well. I wrote it. It was morning. You slept. There was hoarfrost on the ground when I left, on Voyager Road. It was autumn. The first autumn. But Harry, please understand, it was 1,000,000 years ago. No, it was 100 million years ago. I was someone else then, filled to the brim with love for you, hanging on your every word. Oh, Harry, you were the coolest. But I am no longer that person. This has taken her place. It will devour you. Harry, I will eat your mind.
The light of the video rental shines through her dress now. A DeLorean figure, cut in black, moves below. It's still her. Her legs, her breasts, her hips.
Can't you turn back to the person you were? I can see her in you.
And my crown of immortality? No. You scared her out of me. With your crying, the awful time we wound up having. And the cheap rental flats you could afford. Can't you see? I can never think you're cool again. I can only think that way about new people.
Yeah.
A cheap rental with mold on the walls and the tap dripping.
Yes, I have found someone for whom I can feel the same. A copy of my love for you, only this time he is careful and rich. He will not lose me. It will go somewhere. It will grow.
That's weird. Now things got a little weird.
Harry, do you notice how none of this is very funny?
Yes, you are the least funny part about me. What do you mean by grow?
She smiles mysteriously, looking east, then turns her gaze back to you. The smile is gone.
Is there really anything left? If not, we can always repeat one of the things we have already talked about. Talk about it again. If you do not feel like doing that, then you should let me go to the aerodrome.
With your feet trembling from the steps you took, tepid and fearful, you stand against her, her body close to you, radiating warmth. With your eyes closed, you move your lips on her mouth. She is not kissing you back. Her chest rising like a pillow, warm exhalations against the side of your mouth, her tender soul moving through her lungs. Hidden, distant, kept safe from you. Feels like soft fuzz, a bird covered in down feathers, brushing against your broken capillaries. The world's most precious material, reserved for those she lets close enough to feel it. You are stealing a touch. It's not yours to take. A delicate wreath on her forehead, pressing into your temple. The silver is cold from the spring evening air. Her hand does not return the grip. Her body is rigid. A current of unease courses through it. Distrust. For you. The curve of her spine. Her shoulders hunched. She keeps herself stiff. Her center guarded from your motions. Unresponsive to your guidance. Nothing, just pillows against you. Unresponsive, but for the taste of apricots. Apricot-scented chewing gum.
Yeah, had to be.
The moment is ending. She is going to move her face away from yours. Trying hard not to look at you. When she withdrew and you held on to her hand, she tried not to look at your face and see the expression there. Brother, you should put me in front of a firing squad. I have no words for how I failed you.
Apricot.
No, I'm just Dora.
Dora.
She breathes out heavily, as if something painful has passed through her, and shakes her head.
Stand there like a useless dildo. Wow. Dildo is a good word for like, you're such a dildo, you know?
She shakes her head one more time. The evening wind rustles her hair, blowing old newspapers and fast food wrappings down the street.
No, Harry. Not yet. There is one more thing you have to see.
What?
I'm pregnant.
Is it mine?
Of course not. I terminated yours. Don't you remember? You poor fuck. Poverty-stricken fuck. Now, go ahead. Ask me more questions. Let's talk about something else.
No, this has to end. Do the last one.
Yeah, we're there anyway.
More questions. Ask more.
What, mass murderer does not question you're not even human? That's not... Okay, you're not even human.
I am actually very ordinary, Harry. Below this gown and wreath, I have an ordinary soul and ordinary thoughts. The only thing inhuman about me is this. This thing you've made me into. I'm sorry for saying so, but I just hate it. What is this? This is so far gone, Harry. I don't even...
Yet glowing lungs.
My lungs do not glow, Harry. I am just like all the others. None of us have glowing lungs. Stop making me into some kind of...
You're right. I can still make your lungs glow.
No answer. The arches of her brows quiver as she looks you in the eye and backs away from you. You won't do any of that. You can barely make her cry. An apricot-scented ghost wafts out of her. Her skin, the fabric, into the flow of the air around you. All the roads will miss her footsteps when she's gone from here. A completely different world.
Don't go.
I have to, Harry. Really, I've already missed the 8:30. I'm gonna go now.
I was wrong. You don't have power over her anymore. You shouldn't have said that. I am wrong about everything. You should go on without me.
Can we sit and have some coffee?
No. That would only be painful and dull. At the aerodrome, life, love, and laughter are waiting for me. At the cafeteria,
What's there to do in Mirova?
light, life, culture. It's so much better than here. Everything here reminds me of you and the horrible times we had. The nights we stayed up fighting for our dying love. I have to wipe it all off me and be clean again. I want to be a good person again. Not this. Not what you made me into.
But I swore I wouldn't let you go. You told me. You asked me to be this way.
That was someone else. I betrayed her, overwrote her, and I'm happier for it. And I'm really going now. The time is up. I must be on the 10:20 flight.
Will we ever see each other again?
I won't see you, but you will see me. Oh, Harry, this is a dream. Can't you see? I'm already in Mirova by now. Who knows how long ago this happened? A year? 2? 5 years ago?
How will I see you again?
Right here, tomorrow night. Once this dream starts happening, it keeps happening. 3 times a week, at least. And Harry, it really, really looks like it started happening again. There's the video rental. I'm suffocatingly beautiful and young. And I smell of tutti frutti chewing gum, like I did that time when I asked you for forgiveness. After leaving you the first time, so long ago.
But this is intolerably bad.
Oh yes, this is real darkness. It's not death or war or child molestation. Real darkness has love for a face. The first death is in the heart, Harry. See you tomorrow.
I hope not.
You're up quick. How was your sleep?
Let's solve the fucking case. My sleep was deep and invigorating. Let's comb the entire island, centimeter by centimeter. Spit out blood and get back to work. Actually, it was total annihilation.
I did not want to wake you. Perhaps I should have? Was it a job dream?
Nah, it was an ex-wife dream.
The lieutenant nods solemnly. I understand. We've all been through similar things. It can be overcome.
Let's solve the fucking case.
Are you sure you're okay? You thrashed around and you bolted up, half covered in blood from your wound.
Let's comb the entire island, centimeter by centimeter.
Okay.
He's still worried. You must have really thrashed and squealed in your sleep. Books and magazines lie scattered on the floor and on a makeshift cupboard. They are not particularly well organized. Most are soft covers, serialized fantastique and detective stories from the 20s and 30s. This disparate digest includes the classic Animal Adventures. Popular depictions of man versus nature by amateur naturalists T&T Harpin. husband and wife. Widely read by people from all walks of life. Who doesn't like nature? Who doesn't want to survive? Among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories, you find a magazine cathodique for electrical engineering. Then it's back to pulp. Light erotica, an international thriller about circuit benders.
Someone's made themselves a home.
More white checks. I was hoping I never had to do this again. Whoops, what did I just put on? Sorry. I know I have more. I remember more. I remember. Blue. Did I miss some? I wasn't really looking for blue. Well, I'm sure that's it.
Soft covers, serialized fantastique, and detectives. Oh yes, under the bed, there is a rather extensive collection of critical theory. That is, dour, life non-affirming left-wing literature, published by small imprints such as Abattoir Firm and Ouzia. It's not exactly light reading.
Look him, powerful communist theory. Look him, deranged commie ranting. Look him, downbeat dribble from people who can't get shit done. Look him, a book, left wing. I have no comments, do you? It's the deranged commie ranting.
Ouzia. I agree. Humanitarian sciences. It stands out. Not a lot of critical theory around in Ravachol West.
Your incendiary remark has failed to provoke him. Wasn't there some in the communist student's room?
A student in the apartment building seemed to have some as well.
Well, yes. That one student did.
The little books seem inconsequential next to the big pile of frivolous entertainment covering them.
Critical theory books, what do you think this means?
Whoever has lived here, they have some education and a certain set of interests.
Interesting.
It's been an hour and a half. It's, how much is left? Is it gonna end in the next 10 minutes? I don't think so. Am I gonna walk around this place for at least another hour? Probably. Okay, we'll do a little bit more. That's mine now. What? It sort of fits, right? Any more found stuff? I had the pants, right? I'm already wearing those. We're all found out. Magnesium. Money and magnesium. This great blast storm must weigh over 10 tons. What? Oh, that's up there. I'm tweaking. I am tweaking.
You see a small metal door nested inside a larger one. A heavy steel blast door. There is a conventional keyhole above the handle. It's very small.
What's on the other side?
Another part of the island, probably.
Yeah,
The
well,
lock looks like it could still be usable.
there's not gonna suddenly not be the island there. It's a stupid question anyway. How do we open it?
Maybe this is one of the doors we don't open?
Fuck no.
He's right. It would be better to open its big brother. A powerful engine hangs under the ceiling. It must control the blast door.
Oh, there was a button, wasn't there? Or was that just something I picked up? You're right. We opened the big one. Do you see controls anywhere?
I think there's a console just southeast. Let's look around. Getting the blast door open seems like the best plan.
Wasn't there... I guess it wasn't. I'm just weird.
Green paint flecks off the monoblock aluminium cabinet. There are rows of switches on the front panel, a frequency band, and even a keyboard.
Run your fingers across the keyboard. Okay. There, I did it.
The keys rattle like teeth. This keyboard hasn't been functional in decades.
What is this then?
The console of an anti-computation device. The generator upstairs, with wires coming out, they terminate here.
Wow.
I think, yes. Let's see. That one. The emergency open.
Okay.
The blast door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in.
Thought you said we didn't open that door. We opened the door. Great. Oh, yeah, no, keep going. We have time. Man, this should have taken even longer. Just would fit right into the game if it took even longer.
A sudden wave of anxiety makes your skin crawl.
Yeah.
After you.
Well. What's there?
I don't know.
A thin wisp of smoke rises from a charred black fire pit. The wind picks up.
I'm scared.
Don't be. I have a gun.
Me too. I also have a gun.
I know. It was not easy to acquire.
Yeah, well, the pigs and all that. Yep. This hatch is jammed shut, and I'm gonna jam my blood. And there's some magnesium at 20 cents. What the fuck am I gonna do with that? Especially at this point. A firing slit. You can't see inside. Must have been direct hit. What? The distant sound of cargo ships. Sure is. The ice creaks under your feet. Be careful not to fall through. I don't know, man. Like, I do what I want, I think. It's a good thumbnail, though. Haven't been making thumbnails for this game, but, well, only a couple. Huh? What the fuck was that?
A strange feeling looking at the water. Maybe you should just wander off into the sea. Leave it all and walk in.
Why?
Perhaps there's someone there, under the water, where it has always been.
No.
Smelling of tutti frutti.
No.
Maybe. You know it's going to hurt.
Check your eraser's eye.
In the still mirror of the bay, you see Martinez, reflected. Tall edifices of ruins reach into the water, like shimmering towers. And the shacks too. Pine trees and motor lorries, upside down. Islets and posts, like stepping stones, lead into the water in front of you. Go. Step in. It's been too long.
It's cold.
Yes, cold and still. But love is warm, like the inside of her mouth.
No.
Yes.
No.
We're not starting with that. Not now. Not this time. this thought is over.
Shake your head. We ain't doing that shit. No more. No more. Let's be on. Let's be on our way. Yay. Na 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 na. The pain in your pelvis makes you wince. The inside of the fortress. Some. A weather artillery map. And here's the gas in case I sold the other one. Which I could have, I guess. An old machine medicine cabinet. Really stuck with doobity boobity. The depot that supplied this chain is long gone.
There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half covered by the crumbling roof. At the head of it, double embrasures, firing slits like two eyes in the wall.
B triple prime. This looks like a good place to shoot from.
A single-person mattress, modern, civilian use. Brand name, Marjorie. There's a fuel stain on the cover, along with cigarette burns.
Hitting a shot from this far away?
And an empty can of beans on the ground next to it, filled to the brim with cigarette butts.
Pick it up.
The silhouette of a tobacco picker adorns the paper filter. The brand, p.o.n.r.
Teomotiri. Like the ones we found at Land's End, remember?
I may have been wrong when I said it wasn't important. This means the same person could have visited both locations.
Indeed.
I didn't see any signs of smoking inside, though. If people live there, they keep it tidy. This here may also be a smoking spot.
Inspect the wall.
There's a firing slit in the wall in front of you, like a little window.
Indeed. Touch the concrete.
Quite old and grimy, from years without cleaning by anything other than the rain.
Look through the hole.
The springs screech as you lean on the mattress and crane your neck to look out.
Can we zoom out so much that I can see the distance from this hole to the whirling in rags? Because I just do not believe it.
Trepidation. A tingling feeling in your stomach. A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny landscape painting. 1 kilometer across the water. The ruins look familiar.
On the left.
A towering skyscraper, its top floors shaved off by artillery fire. Capeside apartments. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A and 33B.
On the right.
The red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the whirling in rags. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 10. The doomed commercial area.
In between the two?
The box-shaped silhouette of the whirling in rags. Its sloped roof, a tiny fleck of light catches your eye on the rooftop. Sunlight reflecting off the upstairs window of Clausia's room.
Motherfucker.
What does that mean? Do you have line of sight to the window?
More than that.
Kim, with a pair of binoculars, I would be able to see inside the room.
A pair of binoculars? Or a scope of a rifle? You'd be prone, lying on a mattress, barrel resting on the embrasure.
Cheek against the cheek rest, hand on the hair trigger, on a calm day like this.
Kim, I could make it. I could make the shot. I don't... What? No, I mean...
Good. I think we have it, Detective. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest.
Why didn't we come here before?
Why? We don't go everywhere in a 1,000-meter radius of the crime scene. That's not procedure.
I don't know, 6 people are dead. Maybe we could have prevented
Don't
it.
beat yourself up, officer.
It's fine.
We did not put guns in their hands or get them drunk.
The lieutenant pauses. Regret comes over him.
We will make up for it. Here. I feel it.
Could the shooter still be here?
Where?
Well, on this island.
He does not answer, just nods. With his back hunched, he looks around once more and says,
It's not just gonna be some random person we've never met, right? Is it gonna be someone we know? Is like, God, I am Gard. I am the cook. I'm Kuno. I am actually a master sniper, and I'm 58 years old. I just look fucking 12. I'm Joyce. I am a master sniper. Haha. Bet you didn't expect that, W. Freighter Harrier de Bois.
he feels uncomfortable suddenly.
We should move now.
Huh? I saw that. I saw 3 health. Let's go. Damn. Tiny little dot. I have a gun. It's fine, okay? I have a gun. You feel ice on your back. They'll be like somewhere up here, man. We opened that big fat door. We gotta go there. Let's do this. Water rushes below. I feel like we should wear the armor. People can't see under anyway. A rubber dinghy. Small white blossom. Flower blossom. Flowers. Blossom. You get it.
An old man, wearing tracksuit trousers, leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth.
Or maybe it is some fucking motherfucker we've never fucking seen before. This ain't the old motherfucker from the fucking Whirling Inn, is it? Nah. He didn't look like that, did he? Nah. What was his name? I don't remember. He was ominous, but...
Then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours.
You've just been sitting here forever, man? Like what?
Unclouded by cataracts, his eyesight is sharp. He's practically tearing up from spite. Hatred got the best of him a long time ago. This man hates everything.
The fire guy.
The what now? I can't hear you.
Did you recently tell kids to put out the fire?
I may have. All sorts of little rats have come sniffing around, trying to give up the position.
Is this some old, I was gonna say coalition. Is this some old from back in the war? And he's just still here. Mind all messed up. Cold coffee, but strong. Damn.
The position sounds like a hiding place.
Yeah.
Fire guy. Regressive bourgeoisie henchman. Can't even talk like a grown-up.
You've retained your eyesight.
My eyesight? Yes. Helps me see all the shit.
A shudder of disgust passes his right side. His left side remains motionless.
Did you close the blast door?
I did. And you opened it. How?
Fueled the generator.
I should have burned that console down.
How'd you know I was coming?
Reactionary rock and roll music. Playing on the water.
Right. Bit of a giveaway.
Told you we shouldn't play sad FM.
What would have happened if we didn't? We would find this guy sleeping? He would probably still be here, but he just wouldn't know we were coming. But you didn't say that, Kim.
I did.
We have entered a world where he said you shouldn't. It is the only world.
It was not reactionary, it was cool.
The fascists were right about rock and roll. It is degenerate. Hip gyrating, mental illness music.
Yeah, you're sorry for disturbing you, bye. Nice gun you've got there.
It's not nice. It's a piece of shit. But it gets the job done.
Bell in my grave?
It's a 3-angong 446.
A Samuran rifle. How did you get hold of one?
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Xinyao commune. Military aid.
The Xinyao commune.
You heard me. It's good now. Like chalk wiped from the board.
I don't... Sir, I need you to put that gun down so we can talk further. I'm with the police. You can keep the gun, but keep it down.
No.
Well, I thought it might be, like, better that way.
Put it down now, sir.
Or you're gonna blow my brains out before you question me. To hell with it. It's a walking stick anyway. It's out of bullets.
Well.
Like an amputated limb in the sand.
Pick up the gun lying in the sand. For now, yeah, very good idea.
His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your hand. Frame stocked and patched in places with tape and wire. The rifle's in a shabby state, like a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed into the forearm, made of walnut. On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burnt into the wood. Triangon, 4.46mm, made in Xinyao.
It's as he said.
Worn. Personalized even. Looks like this weapon has seen a lot of use, hasn't it, sir?
No response from the old man. The plastic cape around his shoulders rustles in a small bout of wind.
Jacketed ammunition. 446.
Jacketed. Military-grade ammunition. Stable in flight. Good for hitting something that's very, very far away.
As he speaks, he stresses every word. He's liking this. The old man keeps following your motion with his gaze. His right arm twitches suddenly. This looked very much like the murder weapon. It could be used against him to get a confession. In time.
Who the fuck are you?
My name is Joseph Lilianovich Dross, Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol. I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my termless surrender.
The Commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM? You're a holdover from the...
From the Insulindian Citizens Militia, the army of the revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock in '07, trained in the École de Contrôle Orient, and consigned to emergency defense duties in '08. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the Commune had fallen. Still armed and ideologically trained, I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
You've been on this island for 43 years.
No. I've been on other islands, too. I was in a resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was on E48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here. That was 22 years ago.
Again, you've been hiding here for 43 years?
43 years and 10 months.
That's the length of my life.
It's too long. It's not how a human being should live. But I couldn't just forget what I saw.
He just couldn't.
Couldn't give up.
He nods. But he can now.
What have you been doing during all this time?
Hiding, fishing, waiting.
Where the afternoon grows late, on Rue de Saint-Ghislain, people walk home. Street lights will soon be lit. Further inland, the streets are alive with workers, men, women, children, street hawks and migrant laborers. The temperature is steady. Alto cumulus clouds form above Precinct 41. 2 police officers step out of the Whirling in Rags cafeteria. Satellite officer Jean-Vic Mayer inspects giant letters across the plaza mosaic in dark red government-marked heavy fuel oil. Patrol officer Judith Minot points west. The fishing village. She glances at her watch. We meet in 15 minutes. It's a 10-minute walk. The officers go, leaving behind the writing, still smelling of petroleum. One day, it says, I will return to your side.
Always waiting.
For what?
For her to return.
Her who?
Girl, child, revolution. Always.
I'm afraid she's gone.
The material base for an uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind and themselves. The historic opportunity for a revolution has passed. It will not come back anymore, however hard I try, whatever I do.
What has he done? Perhaps a confession will lighten the load.
What have you done then?
Yes, what? To get things going again? Fan the flame?
There is no flame to fan. There is nothing left of the world, of our dreams.
You said you deserted your unit.
I was just 16 years old, 15 when I volunteered. I had a lapse of faith. And of courage, too.
Lapse of faith.
You could say I misunderstood the historic role of the proletariat and thought Mazovian socioeconomics were fallible. For a second, I doubted the irreducible laws of historic materialism. A second is all it took
For what?
For reaction to take hold.
What reaction?
Petty bourgeois terror. It's in all men.
It wasn't a reaction, you were just afraid.
It's the same thing. You haven't seen it. Not really. Not naked. It's impossible not to be afraid.
And this was when?
May the 13th, 08, 44 years ago. The horizon was black with coalition airships. Their petroleum rose to the sky, and it looked like it formed the clouds. Storm clouds. When they started shelling, it was dark magic. The combined might of international capital. All at once, all the greed and terror in the world tore into Revachol. It lifted streets from the ground and turned houses into ghosts. We were in the flak tower, huddled on the floor. The artillery was 80 kilometers away in Ozon, but I knew the commune would fall. We would all be turned into ash. So I said I was going to the map room.
A terrible shame, still within him. The lobes of his ears are red with it. The shame and smallness of what he became.
You didn't go to the map room?
No. I climbed the chain link across the water and hid inland, in the bunkers there, like the weakest of the weak. A mouse, frightened of the ordnance all night, and the sound of the rotors in the morning, whirring.
Yeah.
Airships. Multi-rotored airships used in the landing.
Airships.
Aerostatics. The landing had started. I climbed out. Into hell. There were ships all above, hissing, whirling, and men pouring out. The chain was submerged, so I had to swim back. The fortress was half submerged too. Shattered. They'd all drowned in the lower levels, or got torn to shreds above. The anti-aircraft gun had malfunctioned. So had I. I left them without ideological direction. It was
some kind of great terror, worse than you've ever seen.
It was real. I'd seen it. I'd seen it in reality. Seen what?
The mask of humanity fall from capital. It has to take it off to kill everyone, everything you love. All the hope and tenderness in the world. It has to take it off just for 1 second to do the deed. And then you see it, as it strangles and beats your friends to death. The sweetest, most courageous people in the world. You see the fear and power in its eyes. Then you know that the bourgeois are not human.
Think you've lost your fucking mind.
Now is not the time, Lieutenant Yefreto.
I had to. I had to fight it. I could not stop anymore.
What's this place?
It's not an island, Dwat. It's a defensive fortification of the commune of Revachol. And I am its last surviving defender.
What's it used for?
The congenitally deformed King Philip II built it to restrict access to the Bay of Revachol. We captured it in '02, retrofitted the fort with an AA gun to defend against an airborne landing. Against the whole world.
You mean the landing? Retaking of Revachol?
Coalition military called it Operation Deathblow. I later found out on the radio they called it Deathblow. You're one of them. Tell me, who speaks like that? We had 50 million people on Caillou alone.
First, I'm not one of them.
Sure you are. You're RCM. Answer me. Who calls an operation against 50 million people death blow?
Coalition military, someone who's come to end this madness. Murderers. I know what you mean.
You don't know. You haven't seen it. Iblis.
Iblis.
The black-eyed angel.
Iblis. How have you survived this whole time?
How does anyone survive? I steal.
Steal what?
Supplies, vegetables. I collect rainwater. It's the life of a dog, not a human being.
How is your health, Mr. Dross?
I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red, like beetroot. Been passing it in stool, too.
Good to know. That's not a good sign. You're probably dying.
The RCM can provide medical services. You need to be looked over.
I need to die. You don't have medical facilities. You have guns. That's all they give you. Toy guns.
We have Dramamine and other opioid-based painkillers. You must be in pain.
I have been running out of that stuff.
There's no way he could manage the pain without them. It's safe to say he is addicted to painkillers by now.
You like that Dramamine, huh?
It's the little joys.
I agree.
The dark joke. A sunshiny day. Morphine.
Right. It is the little joys, though. I hear ya. This is a serious situation. You need to be looked over, and we can do it.
There's nothing to look over. The triage is in, and it's black. Administer morphine. Moribund.
How have you coped mentally?
I haven't.
Yeah.
I have holes in my brain. Years missing. Others filled with pain only. A decade of...
I feel like I have holes missing too, you know? Well, a hole is... It's not like the hole is missing. That, you know, you... It's a lot I don't remember. I guess that's life.
I don't even know what. Inferno?
Little Inferno. I also live in hell. I also have holes in my brain. Well, okay, well, let the lieutenant say something, then.
I would imagine it gets tremendously difficult, mentally, to live in isolation.
Traitors. It's better alone. I watch the people of this city turn the lights back on, more and more each year. Ruins, glimmering in the dark, like a fucking merry-go-round. It's disgusting.
Are they not heartbroken? How could they have moved on?
How have you concealed yourself for so long?
It was hard in the tens. I didn't have partisan training. They were searching for stragglers, those bloodhounds. Floodlights on the water at night.
There were posters, campaigns.
We communards still hoped, and they needed to snuff that hope out. The East capitulated. Martinez and Cold City were turned to dust. But Jamrock, Forburg, even Coron, and Boogie Street, of course. Those fucking kips had Marsov coursing through their veins. And others too. Some cordons of Revachol was still fighting. There were cells. I tried to contact them. Soon they all went silent. The frequencies dead.
How'd you get between here and the mainland?
At night, I used a dinghy. I only went after dark then. When I got to the city, I stayed underground. Patrols, you lot, the commons too. They'd started snitching.
You know what would be really fucking cool? Which I almost don't doubt. Is if, maybe not every night, but maybe 2 of the nights, it's day 9 now, maybe on day 3 and day 6, if you go out late at night past 10, 11, I don't know, you can find the dinghy on the shore and be like, there's a dinghy. And that's it, right? And you're like, yeah, whatever. I don't think that was there before, but... Anyway.
In the city, you move underground?
From bunker to bunker. Not anymore. No one cares now. I don't even have to hide. They think I'm another antisocial vagrant. I could walk straight into that town if I wanted.
Why not?
I don't want to. They're all traitors. Pigs, rabbits, and dogs. Men without ideals are only animals.
He does not want to see life moving on. People forgetting, drinking, laughing.
The weapons cache under Saint Gislain is going to be in the basement. Have you been there?
So you finally found it. There must have been a small squadron's worth of arms in there. Elmer Graves, right?
Was I in there? Or are we talking about... I did find part of a weapon that was down by the bear fridge. What's a little hideout? I guess that's...
Useless now. Rusted away.
Yep.
So you've been there?
Sleeping. Some nights. Ammo scrounging on others. Those McGraves were shit, even before they corroded. Some had bullets in the chamber, however.
There's a small bunker under the Feld building. Have you stayed there?
The propaganda bunker. I used to, but not anymore.
Propaganda bunker?
Yeah.
They stored leaflets there. Broadcasting equipment, too. Made broadcasts, I think. Propaganda officers. I buried them with their leaflets. They killed themselves. 2 young boys. A lot of our boys did. I spent some winters there. Never liked it. Kept thinking of them. No need to go underground anymore. It's better in the ruins, on the ground.
Do you smoke shubidi-boobidi cigarettes?
I do.
Ever smoked them on mainland?
They're good. Plenty of tar. I like that boy on the pack, too. Reminds me of the last century.
The old man looks across the water, at the city, the ruins, the motorways rising above it.
You said, and I did make a mental note of this too, that this is your termless surrender.
You're with the RCM, the coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol.
We're just trying to help people.
You're the RCM. You represent the Moralist International, the enemies of humanity who took this city. I represent their adversary, le Parti Communiste d'Insolande. Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve. No superiors can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free humanity.
A spray of blood from his mouth on the black charcoal in the fire pit. Rene, the royalist on the coast, said.
You never signed the Reversolian instrument of surrender.
Liberal reactionaries signed that instrument. Traitors who should have been burned alive. I answer to the Communist Party.
Is that part of why you've been here all this time? Because the party didn't surrender?
He just wipes the blood from his chin.
That's insane, dude.
You're insane.
Yeah.
Radio shows, speed racing, sporting goods. None of it is real.
Well, but it's real because we make it. If you don't enjoy it, you don't, like... I get it to some extent. So you're a communist soldier from the communist army.
No, I am not a soldier. I am an ideological officer. I belong to the party, not the army.
You got a soul, but you're not a soldier? Yeah. But you said you were trained and assigned under the Defense Corps.
Trained in historical materialism, then assigned as a political commissar by the party. These things used to mean something.
What does a political commissar do?
The old man does not answer. He tilts his silver head and looks at the reeds. You see a small tremor pass through his legs.
His job was to assure the army answers to civilian control and follows the ideology of the Commune.
Scientific communism. A commissaire politique is a night philosopher of the revolution, a future human.
That means you're a trained communist, right?
He nods slowly. Then another tremor.
I'm not really into politics myself.
You're inert lumpen with a gun.
Lumpen?
Detective, we have not come here to discuss ideology.
Sure.
We have come to ask questions regarding a murder investigation.
It helps to get to know our killer.
The old man spits into the fire pit.
Well, sure.
There's nothing serious in this world. It's a farce.
What have you been using this gun for?
I've used it for killing people.
Here we go. A trail of blood. The lieutenant smells it too.
Killing people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and your property. I haven't done that. I've used it to kill people.
Interesting. During or after the war?
There is no after the war. Class war is never over.
So he's continued killing after hostilities ended. Okay. Okay. Go in straight. No euphemisms. He doesn't like those. No. Be careful now. Slow and steady does it. Make him repeat it first. Don't mess this up. Remember, he wants to tell you. Get personal.
So you're saying you killed people after active fighting stopped?
What did I just say?
That.
What did I just tell you? Don't drop the ball now.
Did you use that gun to shoot and kill a colonel of the security contractor, Crenell?
The who now?
He heard you. He just wants to hear you say it. You're in.
The corpse in ceramic armor, hanging behind the whirling in racks. Did you shoot him? The fascist death squad who took a bullet in the mouth on the night of March 4th.
Oh yes, that one. Ugly piece of work, that boy.
Did you kill him?
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the Commune of Revachol. I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime.
Tear into him. Pile it on him. Everything you got on him. The more, the better. The scent of blood in the air. But what else? There was something you can't remember.
We've done the ballistics. The shot came from this island.
I saw you poking around there, looking for evidence. You're damn diligent when it comes to dead fascies. Did you like the view?
You had direct visibility. There are embrasures in the concrete, specifically meant for a top follower to use. And you had a long-range rifle in your possession. You've been here a long time, Mr. Droz. Too long. You need medical aid.
I'm ready to die. I've done my part.
He's practically admitting to it. Dead fascists for fascists. Done his part.
You admitting you killed him? It's the best uninterrupted line of sight into that window. The view was perfect. With a pair of binoculars, I could have seen in the room.
Because it's a sniper's nest, you stupid fuck. Radio Gosh is right. You have worms in your brain.
Almost. He almost burst out there. Keep piling arguments. Anything.
I've got you a Triangon 446.
Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there?
It's a real gun. Not like your little musketeer pistol. I've seen you prance around with that. Jumping hoops for the liberals. You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons? Going against automatic rifles with these toy guns. Of course you got those boys killed.
Damn, he saw you. He's watched it happen. So he saw you. Okay, so what? Don't let it divert you.
We saved a lot of them. Elaine and that musician. We have the murder weapon.
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it?
Dramatically ask. You think we have the murder weapon?
4.46 jacketed ammunition, modified for range. We have it. This is it.
We have the murder weapon.
Good. This feels good, doesn't it? Tearing things up like this. When you have the murder weapon, you have the killer.
Murder.
This pushed him, but not enough. Just a little more. Wait, here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybells on Clausia's roof.
My head hurts now. Oh yes.
There were Maybells in the grass when you got here. They're revolutionary symbols from the war. Nowhere else, nowhere in all of Martinaise have you seen them this spring. Wait, don't forget the footprints. The diagonal prints in the dust in the secret space behind Clausia's bedroom. Now, they're gonna come up.
Thank you, Head, thank you.
You got it. Remember, the boot prints were like no modern soul.
There were Maybells behind the victim's window.
Damn Maybells. The whole island is turning white with them.
He seems tender suddenly. Nostalgic even. A strange mood swing.
So many this year too. The spring is coming. No, it's already here. Wash the filth away.
I haven't seen any of these flowers anywhere else in Martinaise, only here.
They blossom on the islets before. We fertilize them with our blood. Resurrection was snow white in May, before they ruined it.
South, the Bay of Martinaise is dotted with little freckles of islets, turning green, with white flowers in white snow.
The coast, too. before they piled their containers on top of it, filled with broken, useless trash for fat-fingered bourgeois children to play with.
You must get around a lot to stay undetected all these years. Do you know any secret paths? Pinball workshops?
I may.
A young woman called Clanche. Ring any bells? Any Maybells? These dried flowers were behind her window.
Clanche.
He knows her, but hadn't heard the name.
Yeah, hadn't heard the name, had you?
My ears don't reach the city.
You know her, right? She had intimate relations with the victim. The mercenary.
With the victim.
There is a small tremble. Looks like a smile. A crooked smile. Yet isn't quite voluntary. He's about to burst. Don't leave any loose ends. Get him on everything.
Wonder what brand of boots you're wearing.
Everything is brands with you individualists. Who cares what brand my shoes are? Sansa? Some shit.
Show me the souls, please, Mr. Duras.
Fucking imbecile.
The maker is called Sansarique, and the size is 42 to 44. These are not the unusual horizontal patterned souls you saw in the dust on the floor of the hidden room. They do, however, seem to be about the same size.
The size fits, but not the soul.
Come on.
Simpler? No. This is another loose thread you will never connect.
Fuck you, game. Shouldn't a 3-3 be enough? Man. If it's 58. I don't know.
The lieutenant raises his brow. What are you doing? He's thinking. We almost got him here. Not now. Stop yourself.
What do we know? What do we do now? Kov? Kim.
People change shoes, detective. It was you. You were there, weren't you? Crawling and whirling in rags. What were you doing? Some kind of reconnaissance? Preparing the scene? Listening in on her?
Trying to rack your brains. You're desperate to report something back to your masters. They must have really loved that dead fuck.
The old man stares at his own prints in the ash around the fire. Silence suddenly. Some strange process within him. A gush of wind. Seagulls in the distance.
You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer. Armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer. Dripping with blood.
He was a soldier too, he was a man. I'm not saying he didn't deserve it. I don't know, he was a soldier too, he was a man.
Beating us to the ground. Moaning with joy. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on this coast for 40 years. You know, maybe I should have killed one sooner.
Sure.
Got your attention. Now you stop beating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate. Not when they die by the hundreds.
This is it. Shot him. Shot him. Say shot him, not killed him.
So you shot him.
Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary less in Revachol.
The lieutenant raises his right arm to hush you. Hush. He does not need to be pushed anymore. The ball is rolling, while the lieutenant listens, holding his breath.
I had them in my sights. Both of them. Him and the whore. I was breathing with them, in phase, and I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth. I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death, and that stupid look on his face. And his dick still in her. Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white, or what's left of it anyway. My last spring here. I knew the fascists would come to avenge their own.
Instead, you got a bunch of other people killed. They never found you. This game is fucking crazy. The story. Fucking hell.
And so they did.
Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
Yes.
And you were looking at Dan, the victim and a young woman, having sex, through the scope of your rifle that night, before you shot him?
The old man nods.
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
The motive. This is where the motive is going to come from. You can coax it out of him. The lieutenant's preparing the ground.
I don't understand. Do you, detective? I don't understand this part.
Why were you looking at them at night? Or that night?
I'm always looking.
Okay.
Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle? I'm just trying to understand.
A rifle scope has the best magnification.
Helps him see all the shit.
And if you don't like it?
If it's part of the shit you see.
Then you pull the trigger?
Yes. Think of it as a form of critique.
You got him going. Connect every little piece now. Wrap this up like a gift. Start with when he first saw him. It will give him a chance to ramble.
You just say like, stay put, let me just put on some other clothes. Alright, I'm back. When did you first see the deceased?
3 weeks ago, when the rich hag came in on her galley. Her honor guard came in tow.
Joyce. He means Joyce.
You mean Joyce Messiah?
Wrinkled up whore.
Good strong word. Bitch is better. It's a little less offensive. What is it with these whores and... Yeah, Gabuba. Kim, moving on.
They moved into a deserted apartment above the roundabout. Radio equipment out for all to see. Reactionary radio playing, sloppy and drunk. I've seen their kind during the landing. Those Occidental and Mesk phalanx weren't conscripts. Boys like us. They were whites. All they know is to destroy and hurt.
Whites.
Barely alive. They like to kill while they're on their drugs. After the landing, in the burning years, I would take shots at them. End them. The worst ones, if I had a bullet to spare. I could see they've returned now to show their real face. The face they don't dare show their bourgeois voters back on Mundi with their families and polyester clothes.
Okay, well, what specifically did you not like about what you saw the night of the murder?
Them fucking. I didn't like that.
Jealousy?
Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself, drugged out, soothed in the arms of a young woman. I wanted him to die so he could not enjoy life anymore. And I wanted to see his head explode. That too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer between her thighs. I knew he'd be there for one more second. Writhing. That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her. But you can't have everything.
This man has seen past her, like you did. And now he longs to see her covered in blood. To punish her.
How long had you been watching her?
Since she came to Martinez. I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Fell building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have her skimpy outfit on then, just a spot in the night, moving.
Past the Fell building on the coast? What was she doing there?
Hiding something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it. I was up in the ruins there. She couldn't see me, but I could see her, smoking. She was nervous, but not scared. Her passport and tickets to Villiers. And from there to Cachet Brut.
It's the hidden buoy. You looked into it?
After she was gone.
Did you keep what was in it? When we found the submersible, it was empty.
No. Why would I do that? I didn't need tickets to Villiers. I'd put them back. If I wanted to extort someone, I'd do better.
This implies that he's thought about extorting her. Also, a little inconsistency here. He was surprised to hear her name Clausia before. Would he not have seen it on the documents?
You sure, buddy? We checked the submersible, sorry. It's nothing there.
Why would I need that trash? I'm not going to Villiers.
A strange confusion comes over him from time to time. Some kind of aberration of the nervous system.
You saw her name on the passport, but before, when I said her name is Clausia, you didn't seem to recognize it. It's a different name on the passport, right? Don't we know that already?
It didn't say Clausia in there.
What did it say? We already know what it said, though. We made her tell us.
It was something. I don't remember. It was dark that morning. I only remember her face on the photo.
It was a bit of a long name, right? Which all shortened became Clausia? Or maybe it was just a completely different name. And Clausia was just from her actual name. Moving on. Did you continue watching her after this?
I did. She had a face like an archipelago with those birthmarks. And a body hard and lean and bruised all over. Black and yellow. I could see she's taken a beating. I could see who she was, too. A spook. On the run. Revachol's the cloaca of capital now. All the bagmen and arms dealers end up here to do drugs and have sex like animals.
You could tell she was a spook from the documents?
She had different color hair on the photo and glasses. Forged. Some sordid bourgeois affair. I've heard about this kind of thing on the radio.
How did you see all this?
I'm not blind, am I?
How does he know those minute details about her body?
It quickly comes to you.
Now I get a 6'6" when I don't even need it. The bruises on her body, any chance you've seen them through a hole in the wall?
Oh, yes. Cutting those drugs of hers into little lines with a knife. Masturbating.
Did you make that hole?
With a clip point knife.
Good for listening in, too. For hearing the moaning and the snorts.
Never see her through a window on a roof.
Like that, too? Yes. Bending like a bow against the glass.
You've been through the secret route behind the whirling racks. Those were your footprints there. You just changed your shoes.
I've been through all of Martinez. Every nook and cranny.
And that too.
Yes, that too. The things they did in that little room. What she'd do to feel good. Funny the way light works. You turn it on inside, and it gets so dark out, you can't see a man looking in. I learned that in the 20s, when they were still hunting me. I've seen people do some shit, but...
It's true though. I have noticed sometimes I'll be outside and it's not that dark. It's dark, right? But you can see around and you can see your surroundings. You go inside your house. I'd really noticed this at the summer house I was at. And then there's light in there, and outside you can't see a damn thing. Someone would have to walk all the way up to the window for you to be able to see, otherwise you couldn't see anything there because there was light in the room you were in, but it was dark outside. But if you were outside you could see around, but when you were in you just couldn't see anything. And so you can't help but think like, someone could be standing out there and I wouldn't know, right? It's like you can make a horror movie out of this or something. Anyway.
Those two took the cake. You hear the familiar scribble of the lieutenant's pen. A quick glance at you. One more loose end down. We're doing this, detective.
How did you get in there? The hidden pinball workshop.
I can just walk in there now after a good wash. I told you, they think I'm an antisocial. Closing hour is a good time. The kitchen's empty.
You had to open the steel door in the kitchen? How?
I got that open a long time ago. Some bourgeois game merchant lived there. I don't know, 15 years ago. He left spare keys all over, and I took one. Then I saw her turn the light on one night in my scope.
Andy found use for it. A spare key, like the one hanging behind the Union box window.
You wanted to punish her, so you killed him?
She practically breastfed that man. You wouldn't believe the things she let him do to her.
Okay.
You stare at them too. In your mind, her innocence day still turns to leaf. Airport bag in hand, silks flowing in her wake.
We need to forget that.
It's no good, Harry. Her voice rings in the evening air. It smells of burning buildings.
You saw through her, so did I.
You're delusional. There's nothing to see in the soul of the bourgeois woman. It's the same as the surface. Sick hedonism and desperation.
I hate women too. I'm not like that. I don't think like that.
No one gives a shit what you think.
Yeah, you're right.
You and your cronies kill 10 working-class men a day. I've heard the statistics on Channel 8.
You had feelings for that woman?
There's nothing to hold on to. Only this. It's not enough.
The coals of his eyes glisten suddenly, like stones dripping with water. Is he crying?
Man needs to feel something else. In this fight, it helps if you have your eye on something there. It's weakness, I know.
There have been others.
Yes, over the years. It's not unproletarian to feel something.
Is that why you left the dried flowers behind the window?
No.
Why then?
I don't really know. I was there one night and she was crying, like a child, in the corner of our room on the floor, like she does sometimes. The day after I killed him.
How weird. You brought her Maybells?
Yes. I don't know why I do the things I do anymore.
You wanted to console her.
Maybe. I told you, I have holes in my brain now. I wouldn't just sit here waiting for you.
A sudden pang of rage.
If you came 10 years ago, I would have killed you.
In the silence, the lieutenant draws a line in his notes, then nods at you once more. One more down.
So in conclusion, it wasn't about him. It was about her.
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 The lieutenant nods at you in acknowledgement.
This is insane. We can put points into things like... Might come in handy, I don't know.
That's it. Motive. We have it.
Where is she, that Clasier? I haven't seen her there for days.
She got away. We don't know where she is. She got away, but she let us here first. She figured out someone was watching her from the sea fort.
Gone. I knew it. She kept staring into the scope this last week at the island, like she knew. She'd look at night, crying or smoking on the roof, staring right into me. It doesn't matter.
She might have seen the flash. Like the reflection of the...
Midtown, across the Bay of Revachol, the oceanic wind washes 40-story towers. Above them, Lausanne Central Aerodrome, a cocoon suspended in the sky by a web of suspension wiring, encircled by hybrid aircraft.
Look north.
On the platform, a young woman is withdrawing from amphetamines, barbiturates, and alcohol. Yet still, she smiles among the crowd, among the great ghost of the city she's leaving, for another, far south, smaller, distant, hidden, not like the great chandelier she sees sparkle in the night below her. Streetlights, towers, tenements, and water, and across it, a dark strip of ruins, barely visible, if she didn't squint her eyes. There, on a dilapidated jetty, in a nameless village, 2 police officers and 1 special consultant look across a narrow strip of sea. The ruins of a sea fort stick out of the water, built by Philippe II, reappropriated by the Commune, then lost in the landing. He's there, doing what exactly, I don't know. Satellite Officer Vic Mayer points at the ruins. Behind that anti-aircraft something. That's why we can't see him. Special Consultant Heidelstam is optimistic. We'll see the boat when he comes. Let's go get a coffee until then. I know this interesting little place. Where? As the men go,
Sorry.
Patrol Officer Minnow looks back over her shoulder at the crumbling fortification like a rotten tooth rising out of the water.
What that little hair. Sorry.
Good luck, Harry, she thinks. You need something good for this.
We could get more. We've got him talking.
Who knows what he's seen and done over the years? You could get more out of him. He likes talking. Enough. Take him in. Bend his arms behind his back and end this.
Been looking at anything else you haven't liked?
A tragic comedy. Druggies, prostitutes, and rentiers.
A strange little engine seems to fire up in him again. It straightens his back. The familiar put of hatred. Detest pushes the cobwebs out of his eyes, pushes the melancholy aside. He relishes it.
More specifically?
Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house, stripped clean and draped in neon. But Martinez is the worst.
Why?
Because of the racists. Everyone is a racist in Martinez. It's their favorite thing to do in the whole world. Listening to race-themed radio shows. In the ruins, in their lorries.
You fuck racists. I do hear you on that one.
Pumped full of steroids and Radio Revachol 92. Race this, race that. It's all sanctioned by that Social Democratic Union and the farce of a Social Democrat who runs it.
Mr. Clare.
Yes, the fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III, a syphilitic murderer, on the town square, to spit on the working class. Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more inert social class than the Martinez proletariat. The rest of Revachol at least pretends to rebuild. These people still live in ruins. In tents, like animals, like those boom morons on the ice. A pity they didn't drown in that tent of theirs. The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht, licking her lips. The old whore's gone now. Her gun-toting porcelain men are dead. So, actually, no. The worst is that old cock parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day. It's not enough that the racists and liberals are dancing on our graves. The old loyalist ghouls still parade the ruins too.
Renee? He's a bit dead.
Every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozon, or P.o.n.r, or some other island they built their palaces on, feeding on drugs and having sex with their own children. That's all the rich really want. Sex with their own children. Throughout history, even the royal bloodline of the suzerain, it's all just an excuse for them to have sordid sex. At least that old cunt, Frisell, is now dead. We did good when we pushed him under that horse car. If only, in the 30s, those disco whores...
The disco whores are too much. Hatred shuts down his brain's language center, leaving only a nonsensical sputter. There was something about a statue and nihilistic advertising agency people might be worth investigating.
Disco whores?
Whores.
Do that again.
Whores. Whores. Whores.
Yeah, that's crazy. There's something about the statue at the roundabout.
Syphilis is a disease Philip III contracted in a whorehouse. The statue is an abomination.
Should have saved this whole conversation for the last episode. Abomination.
The bacteria entered his brain and made him squander trillions on sparkling wine, cocainum, and monuments of himself. His son, Philip IV, the Insane, contracted syphilis in the womb. And he still went on to govern Revachol for 25 years. We lost 2 million lives toppling that mode of government. And those grotesque statues, too. Hundreds of them.
Boink, but it's still there.
What a keen remark. Yes, it is, isn't it? It's still there. Do you know why?
Forgot to take it down. Because the king is holy and his statues are indestructible. Because the king is holy and his statues are indestructible. Because cynical advertising yuppies erected a deconstructed versions of... Jesus! It's been 3 hours, okay? I can't talk anymore.
That's right. Some advertising cockroaches erected a cynical deconstruction of it. We tore it down with honest working-class plastic explosives. And there it is again.
I took down the head of the horse. I don't know if that makes you any happy.
Art is a bourgeois establishment. It's an affront to humanity. Every gallery should be bulldozed, and the artists should all be given 30 years of hard labor in Yekokata.
Yekokata! You mentioned the Union is social democratic and Mr. Clare a farce of a social democrat.
Another hideous disappointment. Unions are the real enemy. The true enemy of the proletariat. Placating the masses.
Disappointment. So personal. He displays a familiarity with the Union's top brass.
Who's the disappointment? Everard?
That deformed toad? I wouldn't expect him to wipe his own ass.
Probably can't, yeah.
I mean, the brains of the operation. The smart one.
Not Everard?
That mobster toad couldn't run a shithouse. He has no political education. His twin, Edgar Clare, that one's been to one of those East Revachol universities. He talks a big game about uprising and alienation and so on.
He's been sweet-talked by this Edgar. They must have met in person for such animosity to have developed.
We're not the first people you've met from this city, huh?
You can't live alone.
Sure.
The Clares wouldn't miss a man hidden in their own backyard. Not all this time. Nothing happens in Martinez without them knowing.
Of course. Maybe the Clears asked him to. Don't go straight for the kill. Exhaust everything else first. Soften him up.
Have you approached them?
I haven't approached anyone. I've hid. It was Edgar who came to me.
How did he know you were here?
He didn't just stumble in like an oaf. He figured it out. Some kids told him about a monster on the island. I told you, he has brains. Stepped right off the boat and walked down where you came. I even kept the door open for him. Thought he was a man of the left. Wouldn't rat me out. I was right about one of those things.
When was this?
20 years ago.
What?
Neither of them could walk now, could they? They were less fat then.
That's around the time the Clears came to power.
What'd you talk about?
Edgar did the talking. Paid his respects like I were a fossil in a uniform. Offered platitudes about the struggle. Flaunted his pink degree. Even quoted Mazov. Never trust a social democrat who quotes Mazov. Oh, and charity too. They love their charity. Offered me blankets and social housing. I still have the gas cooker he brought.
He let you be here?
Let me be here. The ZOC is an unlawful successor of the Commune of Revachol. We took this fortification from the Loyalists. Even the Clares understand this.
Y'all hear what he called this? The set OC, okay, not the ZOC. I won't have that. It's a set. Thank you. You're cool.
They let him be here. Understanding was a courtesy. But why such a courtesy?
Mr. Jose, did you kill the criminal mercenary for the Clares to incite a riot?
You know why I killed that fucker, Dwat. As to Edgar, I'm not doing anything for that swine again.
Again? What have you done for Edgar before?
Tried teaching him some Marzovian socioeconomics. They didn't stick. We parted ways.
Okay, he didn't do the hanged man for them, but he's insinuating something.
What was the deal between him and Edgar?
The connection comes to you like a splash of cold water. Dark, cold water.
20 years ago, when you met Edgar, the Clares didn't run the Union yet, did they?
Hey.
He acknowledges it. Here we go. A twist behind the dark bend.
Who did?
That bourgeois cow. Tiffin Holly was her name. Licked the rich man's hand every time he came to town. Never seen a labor leader so hot on mutual cooperation. And money. She liked that too. That Holly was a real bridge builder and a deal maker.
Bordering on sentimentality, it drips out of him. Tempered by something familiar to you. A familiar rage.
She was also a woman, wasn't she? Like that cliché.
She was. And she was real soft on those money men. Had a Barbara Muskova bag over her shoulder that she liked to bring to work.
And then she just disappeared.
Called in, they say. On the eve of battle. Ran away. Vanished like a piss stain.
No, that's not quite it, is it?
Did she? They say her daughter called in, not her personally. But that wasn't really her daughter, was it?
No, I guess it was not.
Edgar had someone make the call. Why is that?
She couldn't make the call herself.
Here it is. The bend in the river.
Why not?
Because she was dead.
Just say nothing.
The cow caught a bullet in her right lung. Fell into the canal grasping her tit and drowned. Or bled? Hard to say. It was a sloppy job. And a moving target. She was going home. Waddling. Dressed in yellow. Drunk like she often was. The ruins are black around her. And she had a yellow leather bag under her arm. She tried to cross the canal. Heading home to Grand Couronne or Betancourt, someplace like that, where they build those new bâtiments for the people who flourish in the hell around her, and the ruins.
You shot her?
Someone shot her. Or maybe the cow just fell. My memory is full of holes. All I know is...
Another big spike of rage. Different from the one he has for her.
Nothing changed. Not in the material base. Not in the hegemony. There was no uprising. Just words. The Union fizzled. Sogged. Nothing came of it. Nothing.
Edgar didn't keep his part of the deal. If you were to testify to this, give the RCM something on Edgar, you could walk. We would strike everything you've done and process you as a POW. You were in a war. You were on assignment. We could even extradite you to the Samaran People's Republic.
A degenerate worker state. Goat shit. No, thank you. I'm Revacholian. My days are short. I will rot away here, in a moral intern cell. I will not testify to anything.
But you did do it.
I saw it happen, and I liked it. That's all I have to say. I didn't live and fight for 40 years to end up as a collaborationist. I've heard it on Channel 8, 40 AM, Radio Revachol, late night. Everyone is a blobber in this world. Everyone betrays everyone. They're all already locked up for betrayal. The best ones, the ones with heart, were slaughtered, trampled.
The same old freezing hatred. There is plenty here to work with once he's in custody, and the lieutenant knows it. He gives you a little nod to proceed.
By the cock parading in his colorful uniform, you mean, Renee?
Every fucking morning for 34 years. Throwing that ball. One ball against the other. I've always loathed that game. That is not a working class game. I don't care what they say on Radio June. Royalist ghouls played like it was life itself. Click, clack across the water each day. And that uniform, like a parrot plumage. I won't even mention that he's a traitor to his race. A petanque maniac race traitor. I remember him. I remember him from La Noce. Not him personally, his make and model. There were tens of thousands of them. I thought we took them all out before the liberals came to their rescue. We missed one. That one.
There doesn't seem to be a single person under the pine today. Not even Gaston. Alone.
Fat and plump, like a pheasant, just begging to be popped off. Please, Mr. Dross, shoot me.
He whispers with such predatory hunger. It borders on longing.
You'd like to kill him?
Not yet. I like to look at him strut around, place the crosshair on his medals, right on his face, and just fiddle the trigger. Think about it. Let the bonbon melt in my mouth.
Save the treat for later?
He is a juicy bonbon, that one. A real treat for the black day. The blackest. When I put that gun in my own mouth, I think, no, don't waste it. Put this lead in that cock, Renee. For the boys he killed. And then I look at him throw those balls, and I suddenly feel. Better. I even hid one bullet, so I'd always have one for him. Haven't seen him around lately, strutting around. Must be down with arthritis. I hope it hurts like hell. I hope he sweats blood.
Hearing it may destabilize him. You sure you've gotten everything from him?
I don't know.
Yes, of course. I hope it hurts like hell. I hope he sweats blood. Must be torture. Not to be throwing his balls for a whole week.
He seems relieved. Could he have been worried for him? He reminds him of himself. The same hatred. The same. You try to think of another thing, but no. It's just the hatred. They are veterans of the same war. Somewhere west in Coal City, his enemy is lying in a dark room on a metal slider. In L'Auxerre Municipal, like he will too. Soon. Half of the war between these men is over. With an agitated gait, Satellite Officer Jean Heron Vichmer paces the jetty, 22 kilometers east in Martinez. What could he possibly be doing there for so long, he says. Police work? Patrol Officer Judith Minot replies, with a tinge of hope in her voice. Tinge of warmth, too, against the cold air rising from the water. He's drunk, she thinks, and we all know it. Still, she's just trying to see it in a generous light.
We went through everything.
Yes, where is he? I hope he doesn't have debilitating arthritis or kidney stones. He can still come out to play with balls and get shot in the head, right?
Oh my God. He's even worried for him.
He's dead as fuck.
No.
Yeah.
I waited too long. I waited too long and now he's dead?
I'm sorry, Mr. Dross. I understand you knew him for a long time.
They're all dead now. Fuck it.
If he really wanted to kill him so bad, he would have done. There must have been 1,000 black days on these islands. His health ailing.
He had 1,000 chances to kill him.
And I blew them all. What does it matter now? He's gone. Ancient dust.
He reminded him of himself. The same hatred. The same. You tried to think of something else, but no.
You cared about him.
All human beings care about each other. I cared for seeing his head explode. Now, God damn this world.
You okay to go on?
You think I haven't seen people die? It's all I've seen them do. Fuck and die. All the other plans we had. To love. To colonize the Pale. It's all fucked.
He's not okay. This is just another black day.
Yeah, I'm glad we talked about
Glad we talked about what?
Composure.
I ain't going.
What'd I get? A weapon that'll sell for a lot. Composure -1. Well, let's just go through this first. This is always fun, right? Composure +2 should be +3. And now quick save.
The old man stares despondently. What strikes you about this gaunt man is not the stomach pain, or the cough, or the malnutrition. For a man who's spent 44 years hidden in the urban wild.
He is surprisingly okay.
Indeed. He speaks fluidly. His movements are rapid, if erratic. His voice, despite the cough, is there. It is capable of expressing complicated ideas. Above all, he seems animated.
By what?
It's a mystery. This animation comes at a cost too. Erratic hand gestures. Thought processes cut off like threads as he just stares at the logs or the reeds. He also suffers mood swings, bubbling to the surface, unconstrained by his nervous system.
Dementia.
You've seen demented people before. This feels similar, yet different. When his thoughts move, they are lucid, keen even. Not senile. Is this some kind of substance damage? Like he's addicted to something? Not only the painkillers he's clearly on.
Mr. Dross, are you on some kind of psychoactive substance?
No. I won't be stuffed full of shit like the rest of this city.
You said you take painkillers.
I take them to cope with pain. The people of this city use painkillers because they have pain. Untreated illnesses, not enough money for a greedy doctor.
He is indeed very lucid at times. It's not a downer, rather an upper, judging by his snaps.
Are you on amphetamines?
Like some kind of decadent rock star.
You okay? How's your memory?
No, I'm not okay. I shit blood, and I'm surrounded by insane people.
There it is again. Erratic hand motions, bouts of rage, and the stomach thing too, of course. Could it be a symptom of overdosing on something? Something even you have not tried? Keep your eyes peeled.
I think it's time. I don't know why I saved.
The old man stared.
What?
You're under arrest.
But you said I would be taken to the...
This terror is the sum of all the uncontrollable movements and mood swings he's been exhibiting. The wind picks up. The silence on the water is broken all around you. Little shivers of waves appear. The lieutenant continues, like an incantation.
Your Wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week and must face court in 44 days. Do you understand? Do you understand?
But...
He's afraid.
No, I don't want to. I have to stay here.
He's sweating. Beads are forming on his forehead. Pupils are dilated too. Eyes getting blacker and blacker.
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on to the boat.
First, does it have room for 3?
Not really. We could escort him to the pier, then either one of us can take him inland while the other stays here, but...
That's totally room for 3.
But then, who watches him while you're coming back here?
Who watches him there?
You come back for me? How about I go and send a boat back for you?
What is this farce? This is a fucking farce. I can't.
Lillian, you could ask her maybe.
Maybe I can just ask that nitpicker to watch him. Or, how about you send the fucking sailor lady to go pick up one of us, man? What? Kim, you bring him back, watch him, tell Lillian to come pick me up.
This is no harmless old man.
This fucking world. This world. What is this?
Below the confusion and rage, a fit of j'aimerais like yours. The toughest, the thought passes.
No, listen. Listen now.
You could come back for me once you've taken him to the precinct.
No, it would take a whole day on this island. You go and transport the prisoner. I'll be here. I can escort him to the pier with you.
No need to be polite. I'll do it.
This world. What are you talking about? Is this... us?
The wind is cold from the east. Your skin is crawling suddenly.
Should have tried to hear. Oh, fuck off. Shut the fuck up, man.
A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds, limb by limb, to then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence. It's still there, an unfolding mechanism of reed-like chitin, hovering in place.
Whoa, hey, you stay. Whoa, yo, what is that?
What are you talking about?
The giant stick insect.
There's nothing there.
The stick insect is over 3 meters tall. It looks straight at you with its tiny pinprick eyes and its grotesquely small head. You feel your legs shaking under you and your gun hand rise instinctively.
There is, I see it.
Tell me what you see, damn it. I can't make out one small thing in the reeds.
Kim, can you see it?
I can see it.
Thank fuck. Phew.
4 simple words. Thank God. If you can see, then you're not insane.
This game knows me, man. I know the game. I don't know.
But that means it's really there, spinning slowly, in absolute silence. Its limbs long and slender.
Be very, very careful.
What? You can't just fucking throw a fucking phasmid at me now, man. Do I need to put points into something? Get some more perception? Encyclopedia, is that low? Composure. Bam, 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 bam. Whatever, I guess.
The creature stands on long stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from its head like a woman's hair, white and curled at the tips. It is no more than 5 steps away from you. The segmented antennae move with apprehension, searching for something. You.
I can't do this game. I can't do this. You keep doing it to me.
Reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss, like a reel-to-reel machine spinning after the tape breaks.
Ooh. This is the Insulindian phasmid.
It is.
You glance over your shoulder. The lieutenant holds a piece of milled aluminium. He begins to pull it open, extremely carefully. It's the camera.
You sure you won't scare it off?
We need a photo. No one will believe us.
From the corner of your eye, you see a sudden cascade of motion ripple through the phasmid's limbs. A series of ultrasonic clicks fills your ear. I am not palatable. Do not eat me. I am afraid.
It's afraid.
I won't be one of those fools who didn't take a picture.
You see the phasmid turn to him, its mandible antennae reaching out. Its motions are quick, sudden.
I have the pheromone. I can approach it.
I don't think the pheromone will do anything.
I should have done the check. That was like 97%.
The spindly mechanism turns itself back to you, its antennae taking their measure of the air, slowly. Slowly, with your breath held, you take 2 small steps toward the phasmid. The creature lets out a series of ultrasonic clicks that swarm around your head like swallows. Like laughter, a sort of happiness. Hissing and clicking, it extends its mandible-like antennae to greet you. You're right below it now, looking up at the colossal chitin of its white limbs. The head of the creature is crowned by reeds, and its eyes are like small droplets of water.
Raise your hand slowly.
The insect stops its stridulation, seeming to observe you. Below its crown of reeds, little pinprick eyes detect motion, glittering. The world stands still around you. Suddenly, there is silence. No, stop. Be afraid.
Put the other hand too.
As you do, the invertebrate comes to life, its limbs moving independent of each other, as if each has a mind of its own. They are white, like stalks of porcelain, knitting above you, praying to you.
Don't pray to me, I'm nothing.
The reed creature does not stop its stridulations. It towers above you, parting the reeds it emerged from. Tuft-like structures still rustle on its joints. Perhaps it is preparing to eat its god.
Hello, I'm Harry. I don't really know who I am.
No reply. A total ancient silence comes from its mouth, along with what appears to be some kind of foam. The stridulations of its limbs continue all around you. You were right. Little bubbles form on the mouth parts of the creature, on its segmented lower lip. It looks to be foaming slowly. The foam is white, then yellowish.
Kim, it's foaming.
Careful. It may be poisonous.
The foam slowly turns a darker shade, like burnt caramel, as the insect moves its mouth parts, masticating. The little bubbles begin to burst, one by one.
Take the photo.
Okay.
There is no change in the insect's motion while it's being aimed by the camera. It remains fixated on you.
In 3. If it moves, you jump back. I'll shoot. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
The shrill flash of the camera cuts the air like the blade of a sword. The phasmid freezes in its bright light. Head turned toward the lieutenant, hypnotized by the flash. It stands frozen before you.
I got it.
You hear the lieutenant whisper as the creature's shape develops onto photo paper. In his hand, a polychrome ghost of white streaks against the reeds, the sky.
For all time.
Carefully pit its scythe-like form.
The limb before you is incredibly light, like eggshell. It's much lighter than a reed. You feel a soft push could tip the creature over. Its hollow exoskeleton collapsing. It's about to move. You can sense it. A small shudder passes the creature's arm. High above you, its black pearl eyes still glisten, mesmerized by the light passing its nervous system. There is some kind of countdown happening as it slowly processes the overwhelming brightness of the signal. The invertebrate is regaining control.
Probably shouldn't do this.
The antennae hang from a great height. With your hand shaking, you barely touch the tip of the left whisker. On contact, the chitin curls into a spiral, like the tip of a poison ivy. Its touch on your fingertip feels cold, ticklish. The sensation is electrifying, resounding through your body. It is surprisingly delicate, the curly end of the whisker, like a young vine. It's even a bit wet.
Be careful, detective. It's moving.
You were right. It glistens with some kind of moisture. The creature in front of you stays frozen.
Lick your finger. Okay.
It tastes like sugar, very faint. The anthropod towers above you, Tufts of reeds pointed from limb and head alike. Odorless, mostly comprised of water.
We got it.
Another shudder pulses through the creature's limbs. It jolts back to life, like a record continuing where it left off, in a swaying, praying motion. Even the small black pearls of its eyes do not stray from you.
Tell me, what are you doing?
I exist.
I exist too.
Tell me what it's like for you.
If I tell you, what will happen?
Then I will tell you what it's like for me.
For me, it's fire burning. For me, it's wunderbar. I'm ill.
What is your illness?
My body aches. I'm bleeding.
I smelled it. As soon as you stepped on the island. Strawberries. Fresh bursts of red strawberries. Ripe, turning riper. Soon you'll be rotten. Now I will tell you how it is for me. For me, it is a series of half-lit images. A kind of darkness. Being intruded upon. Transient. Dim. Moist.
Intruded upon by what?
Shapes of plants and animals. And internal sensations. A swarm of sounds. Tiny vibrations on the inside of my forearms. All speak of complexities totally beyond my understanding.
God, if I knew it. Yeah.
I am at the end of a narrow funnel. Weightless. So light. It only feels like something to be me. In truth, perhaps I'm nothing. I certainly do not have a soul. And if I did, it would never ache.
You're the type of animal I would like to be.
Are you sure?
No, I'm not.
Sometimes, when molting, I regrow a lost limb. One time something went wrong, and a small leg replaced a missing antenna.
Small leg, that's horrible.
Yes, the leg tried to move around independently, making it hard to walk.
You don't have a foot there now.
Yes, thankfully someone ate it. The next time I molded, I grew an antenna again.
I'm a detective.
So am I. I was born to detect sucrose rewards and semiochemicals. What were you born to detect?
The killer.
He's in a bad state, deteriorating fast now. He thinks I am beneficial to him, but I am not. I only quicken his deterioration.
You're destroying him.
Very slowly, and only because he won't go away. It is meant to keep them from noticing me, to interfere with the pictures in their heads. But he has looked at me for too long, and I am destroying him.
Is this a dream? What's happening?
No, you're awake. I am real. Light is forming me. This is real.
Where does this come from? All this around us, the world.
Not even the birds know that. Not even the water lily.
We need to know. Perhaps it's sent to us by God? Then all we can do is beat our fist against it day after day with no answer?
You can also eat it. If it's a leaf, you can put it in your mouth. Yum yum. Or read.
Yum yum. Chewing gum. What exactly are you?
I am an unknown species of the order Phantasmodia, endemic to the Insulindian Insula. For the last 350 years, I have hidden in plain sight, masquerading as the reeds, molting, cloning myself. unfolding at night to play with trash bins and boys.
Boy.
It may have unknown, dangerous biochemical characteristics that help it maintain its camouflage.
No one unnoticed by the first settlers and the land surveyors of the suzerain. Also, by the soldiers of the revolution and officials of the occupation. Even the Semenese islanders who came here first, but did not stay, have not seen me. I have stayed hidden through 4 forms of government and 2 scientific revolutions, until I was accidentally discovered by a detective of the citizen militia in Revershaw, district of Martinez, March 51.
You poisonous?
Yes, I do not have a star to display, so I use a neurodegenerative element to aid in camouflage. Do not worry, it is only destructive over long periods of time.
The deserter. He's been here for a long time.
Are you the miracle?
No, you are the miracle.
How so?
The moral of our encounter is, I am a relatively medium life form, while you are extreme, all-engulfing madness. A volatile simian nervous system, ominously new to the planet. The P.o.n.r came with you. No one remembers it before you. The Nidarians do not. The radially symmetrics do not. There is an almost unanimous agreement between the birds and the plants that you are going to destroy us all.
The pale is human?
It is a nervous shadow cast into the world by you, eating away at reality. A great, unnatural territory. Its advent coincides with the arrival of the human mind.
I don't have that kind of power.
You're a violent and irrepressible miracle. The vacuum of cosmos and the stars burning in it are afraid of you. Give me enough time, you will wipe us all out and replace us with nothing. Just by accident.
Huh?
We suspect it will be something like the oxygen holocaust that wiped out anaerobic life 2.6 billion years ago, when organisms first started breathing. Only much worse.
Instead of air, you exhale thoughts. There are no trees that eat thoughts.
Where's how?
Everything your eyes touch goes back there, behind the nose mirror. What if you blink? Are we still here? Please don't blink. What if he misplaces us all one day, or just forget?
Blink quick.
Please, do not do that again.
Sorry. Have I always thought this way?
No, you're only thinking it now. This is a revelation.
But I want to blink and undo 12 billion years of matter expansion.
Simian Butcher. Soon, one of you will close your eyes and open them to see that none of this ever existed.
Kim, am I having a violent epileptic seizure?
It doesn't look like that, no.
What does it look like?
You're just staring at it.
Then I think I'm having a vision about the final fate of humankind.
Okay. Is it somehow related to the case?
The case is meaningless compared to this. It's sort of.
I think you should back away from the unstudied species now.
I have to say goodbye now. I have more thoughts. I have no more thoughts. Well, why did you show yourself to me? I'm kinda curious about that, but...
No, there is one more.
Of all the creatures I've met, you are the kindest. Of all the creatures I've met, you are the most beautiful.
Thank you. I also have one more thing to say to you. That woman, turn from the ruin. Turn and go forward. Do it for the working class.
What woman?
You cannot lie to me. Behind you, it smells of fires. So awfully far you were prepared to go in her presence. And it.
I'll try.
She was middle class. It doesn't take a 3-meter stick insect to tell you that.
As you're turning away, the phasmid mirrors your movements, stepping on the water, the long limbs carrying its feather weight without breaking its surface. And just like that, it's gone, skating away across the sea's calm mirror like a skipping stone, leaving nothing but circles on the water. And something under it, in the place it stood, bobbing there, among the reeds, a collection of items.
It's gone.
It can walk on water.
Apparently, yes. Like a water strider. Only, I've never seen anything like that in my life.
What's that in the reeds?
Looks like a nest of some sort. We should have a look.
What now?
What now?
In some kind of strange, semi-catatonic state.
Our suspect is not looking so good. We need to check on him.
That's a wild thing to wear. Classier's passport.
This passport, issued by the Sovereign Republic of Oranje, is issued to a black-haired woman called Katarzyna Alazie.
Classier's hidden documents from the MT boy.
It's Klasia, with short black hair and glasses. She looks boyish, younger somehow.
Show me. What was this doing in the phasmid's nest?
Maybe our man, Mr. Dross, took it from Classier's, or whatever her name was. Hiding place, or...
Blackmailing?
Perhaps, but that still doesn't explain how it got into the nest.
The phasmid took it, and I sensed it do so. I saw something open. Man, whatever.
Like a magpie? What a coincidence. Then it would also have collected the other objects, which would be highly unusual. I can see how the helmet could wash up on the island. And the scope. Maybe Mr. Dross lost it. But to seek this out would be very unusual behavior for an arthropod.
It says Katarzyna Alazie.
She said it would be for Anouk Meyer-Smith. Anouk Meyer-Smith.
Katarzyna Alazie was supposed to be her real name, where Klasia comes from. Remember? God damn it. I told you she kept lying to you. She's probably lying to someone else right now, in another city.
Supposed to be a real name?
Yes, somehow she managed to lie to us, one more time. In a way, she's still lying to us right now.
What's her real name then?
I don't know, but it's not Katarzyna Alazie, or Klassier, or Anouk Meyer-Smith. We didn't even scratch the surface with her, detective. Perhaps it's better that we didn't arrest her. Who knows what hell she'd be raising in my district by now.
is it? What do you want from me? I can't go.
Something is very wrong with him now.
How could you not see the Phasmid?
Mr. Dras?
The man does not respond. He keeps staring, black eyes glazed over and bulging from their sockets. His gap-toothed mouth shaking, like an addict of some terrible substance.
Wave your hands in front of his eyes.
A light shiver passes him, followed by nothing. His hands are trembling, and he breathes slowly.
He's going into some kind of psychomotor immobility. The good news is, this solves our transportation problem, doesn't it, Mr. Dras?
The trembling mouth appears to sigh.
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here, while we go and get help. It will need to be medical first, I'm afraid.
What has happened to this
Old
man?
age and shock.
Could be the Phasmid.
Yes, the arrest and the appearance of the Phasmid, the combined stress. But you think it's something more than that, don't you?
There's much more. Remember what it said when it spoke? Quite a few things about that health check you did on him make sense now.
He couldn't see it, Kim. It just reads for him. Before, when I evaluated his state, he seemed strangely animated. Could it be there's something hormonal in his relationship to the Phasmid? I talked to the Phasmid. It said it's destroying him.
You should be more careful, detective. Are you sure it wasn't having an effect on you?
Maybe. Anyway, it's only trying to remain unseen. The degradation is a side effect.
A valid hunch. Long-term exposure to something like that could be neurodegenerative. Also, please be careful when approaching unknown species in the future, detective.
I will. He could see it.
It could be part of the shock. But you're right, something is off here.
No response.
Maybe this is how the Phasmid has stayed hidden all these years.
Then how did we see it? Oh, you mean, whatever does this, does it over time? Teenagers, kids, drunks, sightings are brief, and hence not credible. But anyone who spends a long time with it.
Yes, you forget it's there.
Mr. Dras, have you ever seen a stick insect pretending to be the reeds? The doctors will have to look at this. I hope your station has better medical personnel than 57. This is a little advanced for a nurse.
He was strangely animated before.
He was energetic and articulate. After all these years alone, with little hygiene or medication, I would expect worse.
Perhaps this animation is induced by something in the Phasmid.
It does not seem to be animated now it's left. Honestly, I'm ready to believe anything at this point. Maybe it is psychoactive. I mean, why not? It's 3 meters tall.
I think he's addicted to that thing.
Like a drug?
He has displayed addict behavior.
His pupils appear to be dilated. They still are.
Could it be there's something hormonal?
You mean pheromonal?
Pheromonal, you know, whatever. He seemed a little off for a man his age. Randy.
The scope, knowing of her bruises, his disposition toward Miss Oranje. I see what you mean.
He's been here for a long time. Who knows how much of it in its company.
He did seem distressed when it finally came to arresting him. Like he didn't want to leave this place, and the insect maybe. I have absolutely forgotten to take notes. I hope I remember all of this. This will be one hell of a report. Thank God we have the photo.
Yeah.
No one would believe you without it.
We found some things in the Phasmid's nest, Mr. Dras.
He stares into the reeds. Your words don't stir anything in him. Perhaps you should...
Tap on the helmet on your head.
Nothing. Just dull staring. Not even rage left, wherever he is. The last embers have gone out. The war is over.
If Kuno kicked it into the sea, as he said he did, the ebb would put it back here. This makes sense. Mr. Dras could have picked it up. Or the Phasmid even. If it did, this is incredible.
Show him the passport.
No reaction. His breathing is slow, and he appears very old all of a sudden. Around 80. This is an old man, at last. No longer a tin soldier, but the broken down remains of a man.
Did you take this passport and other papers from the boy on the coast?
The spirits.
He hears us. The spirit?
No reply. He's gone again.
Try something else? We got him back for a moment.
Let's go.
I lost.
You lost it?
He turns his eyes to the reeds again, as he's done so many times. Beige and white stripes.
He lost the scope. Then it somehow made its way over there. With the help of a magpie phasmid.
Sure.
This sight is a T9, Mr. Dross. Was it attached to the rifle when you made the shot?
Silence. Not even a sigh. You've gotten all you will out of this poor being.
I'm going to let you rest now, Mr. Dross.
The plastic cape flaps around his face in a gust of wind. His back is slouched and his mouth open. The blacks of his eyes are receding. His pupils are returning to normal.
Hang tight.
We should think about getting back to the mainland. To get help. He'll be safe here. If we don't take too long.
And it goes on and on and on. I would have when I got here, I would have stopped. If I knew. But I didn't. So I kept going, and now it's been almost 4 hours, and I just cannot believe it. It never is. It's gonna hang out with Rella today, but well. I don't have a lot of chances to hang out with him, so I feel a bit bad about that. Sure.
The skiff is swaying on the waves by the dock.
Let's. We are done here.
The skiff rocks gently under your weight as you get in. The ride back is uneventful and quiet. But for the sound of conversation on the water, there is someone inland waiting for you. 2 men and a woman stand on the concrete square of a nameless village, looking at a small yellow boat as it draws closer. The sea is calm. You reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff.
Should I end now? Could be 5 minutes, could be 500 minutes.
Look what the tide brought him.
If it ain't the villain of Die Hard 1.
I want to call you a teapot, but I'm honestly kind of impressed. No idea where you got all that gear, but there's no doubt in my mind that some bad people are looking for it. Also, you look like a fucking idiot.
Yeah, I do.
Whatever this is, it is completely unimportant compared to what you've just seen. This is the man with sunglasses from the Whirling in Rags. But where are his sunglasses?
And the wig. Yeah, sure. You're the man.
That's right. And you're some kind of murder machine.
Forget about all this. There's a giant.
We're not forgetting about anything. Look at you.
The armor? No one else seemed bothered by it.
Oh, really? They don't seem bothered by it? That's because you're a cop in an exoskeleton.
Yes.
Actually, are you? Are you still a cop? There's so much disco going on, it's hard to tell.
Vic, calm down.
The fuck are you guys?
Hello, I'm Trent Heilerstein. I believe we've met on several occasions.
I'm your goddamn partner, Jean P.o.n.r, and this is your special task force. Or what's left of it. Special Consultant Trent Heilerstein, Battle Officer Judith Minot.
Hi.
We've come to scrape what's left of you off the pavement.
Lieutenant Kim Kisuragi, Prison 57. We've just come from the island, where our investigation led us.
The scene is making even him feel as though he has to justify your actions.
We might need your help with something later.
As if he recalled that he's in fact a decorated police lieutenant and not a naughty boy.
But this is clearly a departmental matter, so I'm going to leave you to discuss it among yourselves.
You gotta have my back.
It's good to meet you, Lieutenant Kitsuhagi.
Yeah.
Letting the lieutenant know he shouldn't feel embarrassed over the shitstorm that's about to befall you.
What's this about?
Ari, we want to help you. Trent, I believe this is where you come in?
I don't quite know what I'm doing here. I was asked to participate as an expert. I think I need to manage your expectations a little. I'm at best an enthusiast in cognitive science. My background is in something else entirely. I engage in neurology on a merely theoretical level. In fact, I should probably get going.
No, Trent, it's too late. You're part of this shit now. What have you got to say for yourself, shit kid?
What does he have to say for himself? He left you to catch the bullets. Shit kid. What an interesting moniker.
You. Shit kid? That's you.
Maybe you've deserved it.
How'd you know I was here?
The cafeteria manager you fucked over told us where you went.
I saved his establishment and he still betrays me? Turned to face the general direction of the oiling in. Damn you, cafeteria manager. God told you, yeah, sure, whatever.
And people on the street helped us too, with your whereabouts.
You're a legend among the drunks, Harry. A legendary local drunk.
You aren't the man with sunglasses at all. You're not even blonde.
Guilty as charged. I heard you'd lost your mind and your memory. I wanted to see if it was true. And it was. Good work, Harry. You're insane now. There's one less person for me and everyone else to rely on.
He was too sarcastic for you to realize who he was.
Maybe if you hadn't been so sarcastic. I kinda had it coming.
Had what coming? Not recognizing people you work with every day. Brain damage.
You never told me you're not the horse-faced woman.
Lieutenant, my name is not horse-faced woman. It's Judith Minot. I was assigned to your unit 2 months ago. I thought we were friends.
We're still friends. I just have a stupid head.
Okay. Because you're my commanding officer, I really want to respect you. I want us to have a normal relationship.
That will never happen, Jude. He's the rudest man on earth. He's the reason why the rest of us have to take sensitivity training. And I hate sensitivity training.
So Trent Heitlstam turns out to be Special Consultant Trent Heitlstam.
Yes, I'm Trent Heilerstein. I never said I wasn't Trent Heilerstein.
Wait, what's up with the kid then?
Mikhail? Mikhail is my son.
His son? What a joke. Everyone is lying to you.
What the fuck is your son now? Oh yeah? What's up with all the interesting history spying on me?
No, I was just interested in the Feld building and the Martinez beachhead. And Mikhail wanted to see Martinez. It was a coincidence.
So what are you special consulting here?
What indeed? I was asked to share my take on some of the more obscure theories developed in Königstein in the 30s. Like partial psychotraumatic amnesia, group personality theory.
He's here to see if you're insane. He is smart. Let's move on.
duped again. No one's who they say. Yeah. You mentioned the task force.
Yeah, Major Crimes Unit, under Lieutenant Dubois and Vicomar. Ring any bells?
Refresh my memory.
Refresh your memory? It's a goddamn Major Crimes Unit. There's you, me, Jude, Tron fucking Heidelstown, and Guillaume Baby.
I'm technically just a civilian advisor.
Oh, fuck you. You're part of this shit show.
Guillaume Bevy?
Oh, that's an interesting story, actually. Guillaume Bevy is a police reporter who joined our team. He was really good. Then he left because he lost faith in your ability to lead the unit. Other people have left too. Good, smart people. People we won't get back. Only me and this really patient patrol officer are still here. And Tron because I'm forcing him to stay.
Is this Guillaume Bevy blonde and partial to sunglasses?
Is this Guillaume Bevy blonde with sunglasses?
See? There. He's getting it. I was impersonating him. Look at me, I'm G. Bevy. It was going to be funny, but then you really did have brain damage. So not so much anymore.
He sincerely thought it was going to be amusing. For both of you.
So what does the unit do?
It's a major crimes unit. We clear the desk of cases so Precinct 41 doesn't look like the worst station in town. We are shit tier now, Harry. Because of you.
They're your posse. Or what remains of it. Hand-picked. Hand-lost.
The 41st isn't...
Yeah. Where have you been all this time? There was a mercenary tribunal.
God damn it, Harry.
What? Fuck you.
You told us to fuck off. You said we're cramping your style. Your detective god. Fuck everything. All will burn. Detect or die.
Wait, so you let me face a squad of trained killers alone just to teach me a lesson?
It wasn't like that.
Fuck you, Harry. We didn't know there was gonna be a tribunal, did we?
All will burn, satellite officer Vicrevich. Why didn't you detect or die then? Why would you have a literal police god? Why would you leave? Oh, I said all those things. I'm not like that anymore.
Yes, you're sorry. You're the sorriest cop who ever lived.
Yes.
Nothing has changed, Harry. I've heard this repentance shit 1,000,000 times over.
None of this is ringing any bells.
The bells aren't ringing because you have brain damage. Trant, this is where you come in. How bad is it?
Well, he doesn't have visible tremors, he talks without slurring, he can drive a boat, he's standing, reasoning. All good signs, but complete retrograde amnesia, episodic and semantic.
Yeah.
Meaning, you forgot both who you are and the definitions of money, e-solar, pound, and so on.
As displayed in the station call, our interactions with him, and I don't want to be a snitch, but also mine with him before when Harry did not seem to know who I was. It's all very interesting.
Interesting?
Yes, interesting. I have my theories, but I would like to hear Harry's thoughts first. Harry, what do you think happened to you? Neurologically, psychologically, and why not socioeconomically?
You think I'm so poor I lost my memory?
Not when you phrase it like that. But I don't think critical theory... I know everyone thinks this is far-fetched pink academia, but still. I don't think it should be off the table here.
What? He lost his memory because of capitalism?
No, not like that. I'm not talking Vrede for school here. But Harry, I asked you, what do you think happened?
I drank so much I lost my memory, and now I'm slowly recovering it. I made it all up. It was a fantasy, a stupid joke. I know what I am. Can I just like dictate that? That'd be funny if at the fucking end I can say, actually I do know who the fuck I am. I'm just a weirdo who thought it was funny. It might have something to do with an anomaly in the church. I'm a highly experimental detective. This was a method I used to solve the case. That's sort of the same. Something so sad happened to me that I couldn't be me anymore. Capitalism. Well, there's a 2mm hole in the world, and I do think I drank so much.
He is. He's getting better. And I can confirm that he drank a lot of alcohol prior to it happening.
I believe he drank. People do that, especially this one. What they don't do is forget their whole life because of drinking.
But Detective Vigmer, he has blanked out before.
Oh?
Yes, a couple of times. After some of the more serious benders. One was after the two drunks case, the other when we looked into that mural.
The two cases in your ledger. The unsolvable case and the Next World mural. Those were recent. Those cases were hard on you.
Interesting. So at first he dipped his toes into it, prepared. That's where he would have gotten the idea, yes. Practice. And then he used alcohol to get there, so to speak.
What do you mean?
Well, here's my theory. What if this is an absolutely normal reaction to the world we're living in? What if this is not a significant anomaly at all? Something to be explained, approached as a defect? Look at the sensory input here. Look at the ruins, the neon. Listen to the radio, the multitudes, the people. Live here for 40 years. As a police detective, he's like a magnetic reader on the world tape, to borrow a known metaphor. Harry's been pushed flat against it. Total input. Hardwired to the free market. He just needed for its end.
Okay, Trent, thank you. That's absolutely meaningless. I'm glad we brought you. Will he or will he not be able to work in the major crimes unit? Is he a cretin now? I want to know that.
He's not a cretin, and he is able to do work. If not in his previous leadership role, then as a line detective.
Fuck all of you. I don't want to be in your unit. Guess line detective is good for now.
For now, I misphrased my question. It should have been, is he able to put his clothes on and use the party? Or do we need to get him on a disability pension?
What now?
Now nothing. Now we're just going to stand here. Yeah, just stand there. It's cool.
Really?
No, now we discuss that. What the fuck did you do to a motor carriage? Why is it there, Harry?
It was stolen. That wasn't me. I drove it into the ocean when I was drunk.
So refreshing. He just admits it. Thank you for your honesty. Thank you for destroying 45,000 real of police property that's coming out of everyone's payslip. It doesn't matter. Your badge, Harry. Show me your badge.
Got my badge right here.
In a rush to demonstrate your badge, your eager fingers can't sustain a grip on the smooth plastic, and the badge slips out of your hand.
Oh, that 1 point.
Not today, badge.
Did I get the badge? Behold, my badge.
And your gun?
As if having your badge and gun are natural states, not achievements.
I upgraded my gun to a rifle. No, I have my gun.
He has it. And he didn't drop it. You're drunk like a bum, Harry. Put that thing away before you kill someone.
So it doesn't even matter that I found my gun. I quit drinking forever. It's only me, this Borinello now.
I don't buy it. Why do you smell like a corpse then, huh?
He's wounded. It's been a long week, and he's handled an actual corpse.
Hold on, I just haven't washed myself after the autopsy. Wait, it may be because of the pheromone. Yeah, I handled an actual corpse. It has been a bit of a week.
A bit of a week? You're drunk, and you let a suspect escape, a certain Clasier, because you were too drunk to assess a flight risk.
We've read the report, Sari. Lieutenant Kitsuhagi's. We know.
Clashy, she was some kind of spy from the Occident specially trained?
Oh, well, if she was specially trained. I'm not even gonna get into the other suspect who also escaped. Yeah, Ruby's something.
Well, sorta had to
Or
do
the
that
fact
one.
that you very likely sold your gun for booze. That's peanuts. That's nothing. That's a humorous anecdote. Compared to the 7 people who were gunned down, the streets are literally red with blood, Harry. It was fucking mass murder.
He did everything he could. We did everything we could. The company hired and vetted mercenaries. Lieutenant Dubois got between them and the locals.
Here comes the cavalry.
He did so at considerable risk to his own life. He was shot and survived only because of his armor. We stopped an execution, not a negotiation. The loss of life was minimal compared to what it could have been.
Yeah, there was a massacre, we got wiped. Where the hell were you? The firefight is a trivial matter compared to the... No more sorry. We got wiped, where the hell were you?
Don't make this harder for yourself.
Sorry.
Thank you for the input, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. I didn't mean to suggest you didn't handle the situation.
He thinks of apologizing, but decides against it.
You've spent the week with him on this case. What is your take?
On the case?
On Lieutenant Geoffrey Dubois.
Well, the drinking, the gun losing, also losing the badge. That's all true. Although he has not been drinking on the job this week.
See?
Fuck yeah.
1 week.
Then there's the self-flagellation issue. He likes to apologize, profusely, making it sound like he's guilty of at least first-degree murder.
Well,
it's not a good communication strategy for an officer. It's worrying, especially considering his political views. Detective Dubois is, as you may know, a Mazovian socio-economist. He wants to liquidate the ruling class, which, again, for a police officer, is a little odd.
And not necessarily true, but hey, whatever.
You should yell something.
No.
Yes, let's let the big boys talk.
Go on.
And then there's the motor carriage in the sea, something I was not present for. But despite all this, he is a great detective, one of the best I have seen, in fact. He can talk human beings into telling him everything, and he doesn't stop. In all the time I've spent with him, he has not once stopped pursuing leads, however far-fetched and tangential. He is tireless, madly driven.
To finish this goddamn game, yeah.
Well, except that one time when he stopped to sing karaoke, which by the way was a valiant effort. He really sang his heart out.
Don't forget the dancing in the church.
Yeah, it was what it was.
Other than that one time, he has tirelessly worked on the case, and he solved it. We have a confession, a murder weapon, and the perpetrator, locked on the island right now, awaiting transportation. He apprehended a revolutionary brigade who stayed hidden for 50 years, ever since the revolution, who's probably committed other murders over those years. Oh, and he also discovered a new species.
And thank fuck we have proof of that. I didn't think we would actually get a photo of it.
A new species?
A colossal stick insect. It was on the island, camouflaged as the reeds. It unfolded from the reeds. I think we may be dealing with the Insulindian phasmid.
He takes out the photo of the phasmid and shows it to the officers across the yard. The wind blows, flapping the glossy rectangle in his hand. You hear gasps beneath the howling of the wind.
As you can see, it's about 3 meters tall. In fact, we think it may be the largest land invertebrate ever discovered.
Boom shakalaka, motherfucker. So, as you can see, I'm a pretty okay detective. And an absolutely giant communist. Boom shakalaka, motherfucker.
Fucking hell is that? Is this somehow connected to the case?
Detective?
Yes, I believe the pheromone it emits may be responsible for the killer's mental degradation.
The old man was not aware of the phasmid's presence. Exhibiting a strange, atypical dementia, he fell into a stupor after its appearance. He became near catatonic.
So it is connected.
I must say, this is absolutely extraordinary. I don't even have words for it.
Yes, it really does make it hard to fire the drunk.
This is a very, very sad man who has just seen something that's made him forget his sadness.
I want to fire this guy, and then I'll hire Kim instead. And I'll keep the lady, she seems nice. And this guy, he's just, you know, he's a smart guy.
Now you make your case. Now is the time. Now or never.
Also, the phasmid was female. The reeds are its nest. The killer, we have a strong motive for him.
Lilianovich. A revolutionary matronym.
Huh?
The custom started in Grad, where they have patronyms. Krasovich, Lasovich, etc. The revolutionaries saw this as a chauvinist atavism, so they used matronyms, derived from the mother's name instead. This man's mother was Lilian. His Lilian's son, Lilianovich. The custom was overturned after the revolution failed, but not before it made it to Revachol.
So, it is what a soldier of the ICM would be called.
Thank you, Trant. Thank you for that piece of cultural theory. You said you have a motive?
Of course, excuse me, I just thought it was noteworthy.
He wasn't quite sure about the straggler before he heard this detail. It must have convinced him.
He killed the mercenary in an act of jealousy. He killed the mercenary hoping to start a war between the company and the Union. He killed him in an act of rage induced by the phasmids.
Possibly induced. But even without that, these men spent 50 years on the islands in the bay, in solitude, loathing what Revachol has become. There's plenty for prosecution to pick from in terms of motive.
Yep.
Also, we have a sniper's nest with full view of the room in which the mercenary died, right on the island, and 2 officers on the scene that Mr. Dross confessed to.
It's a clean win.
Oh, it's way more than that. Way more.
It's more than that. A perfect folding mechanism like a phasmid. It's way more than that. It will win me door. No. It's my masterpiece. I did all I could. I'm still not completely satisfied with it. Every second was a struggle.
I've never doubted you can pull yourself together and work. In bouts. Bouts don't last. I can still smell the booze on the wind.
God damn it. Doesn't it ever leave? It is there. Like in your bones or something. It will pass. In time.
The previous head of the Deputy Union was assassinated by our killer.
This is a conversation for when we are no longer out in the open. In Martinez, where Evrard and Edgar Clare have ears everywhere.
Understood, of course.
But a case against Everard would be big.
I would prefer not to partake in anything union-related, for political neutrality.
This has to be good stuff for him to backpedal out of it at first mention.
I started a nightclub in the church.
What was that? It sounded like you set up a nightclub in the church.
Yeah, and Rick raided the local nightlife. Yeah. I did some kids a solid. Yeah, I discovered something unexplored. Something in there too. A 2mm hole in the world.
That's great. Entrepreneurship is a great new career for you. After police officer. I don't care. Go live in the Pale.
4 kids were living in a tent on the ice. They were going to drown when it melted. It's not optimal, but the building was abandoned, so he put them in there. It's okay.
It's not that okay. Get off this subject now.
The Phasmid was female, the reeds are its nests.
Female? What makes you think so?
You had to see it. It had the subdued colors of a female. And the nesting behavior too, I think.
Incredible. Were there eggs in the nest?
Not as far as I could see. There were other things there, though.
It had gathered items in its nest. A helmet, a scope, a passport.
Actually, you know, this would indicate it was a male. This is far from anything in my field, but I think such nests are called bowers. They are for attracting mates.
I still think it was female. I have no idea, man. It could have been male.
Must be robust if it can move a helmet with its limbs.
I think it reproduces by parthenogenesis.
As in cloning itself? What makes you think so?
It told me.
Then it wouldn't matter if it's male or female. The bower would just be rudimentary behavior from before the parthenogenetic mutation.
That makes sense. Yes.
Very interesting. Such organisms are extremely vulnerable to disease. A single strain of bacteria could wipe out the whole species. We're probably looking at conservation efforts here.
I think it emits a chemical that makes it look even more like the reeds.
Yes. That would be a chiromone. A pheromone that's seemingly beneficial to the host. It usually stimulates the affected nervous system. Not the humans, of course, but perhaps predators.
I'm just gonna put that away. I can't believe how long this video is. The perpetrator seemed intoxicated somehow, like an addict. It's just a hunch, but...
There are species of bees that, under the influence of chiromones, take wasp larvae to their hives. Ants do the same with aphids, thinking they're... Do you think this is how it stayed hidden?
Yes.
Nothing is off the table. But I want to stress this. The find does not have to be connected to the case. The case is 100% prosecutable, without any chiromones.
Of course, Lieutenant. Of course. We should treat the case and the Phasmid as completely separate from each other. People are not going to...
They're not going to go for this speculation in the constabulary.
It had mandibles that looked like hair, and it was completely white on the inside.
Yes, but also reed-colored, beige and brown, a little green on the outside. After unfolding from a single stalk, it still retained parts that looked like reed tufts on its limbs.
Incredible. The PR value of this is exceptional. Carp discovers new species. Maybe even discovers the Insulindian Phasmid. No, that's too much.
This would really help with some of the problems we've been having.
Absolutely, this is great. This does not say vigilante murderers to me at all. This says science, news, human interest. You know, it's a really good thing you have that photo.
Yeah.
Without it...
You're doing good here. Perhaps only for a moment, but still. Quit while you're ahead? Or no?
How's it fix the strike situation?
How? It seems to be ongoing. I see red banners on the gates.
He didn't quite solve it. He cross-pollinated information between the company rep and Evrard, until the rep came to see that the Union desires war, at which point Mrs. Messier decided to...
What? Hand clear the terminal?
I, just told some people some things, no big deal. I masterminded a solution to an unsolvable problem. It was an accident.
You bet it was. Sounds to me like you got played, because you were off your tits on Al Ghul.
How do you know about Al Ghul?
It doesn't matter how I know about Al Ghul. What matters is, you're Everclear's messenger now. A union man, as he calls it. He's a mob boss, did you know? Is that why you want us to investigate the assassination of the previous union head thing? To get off Everett's hook?
No, it's nothing like that. He was reckless with information, but ethical. We don't owe anyone anything. This allowed us to stabilize things in Martinez.
Yeah.
God, calm down, Jean.
Thank fuck for Kim. Because, man, I don't fucking know. There was also a dead man on the boardwalk, a missing person I found.
Yes. Fallen through a gap in a boardwalk. Drunk.
How'd you know I found him?
The body was transported to Precinct 41, our morgue. I had Tilbrook and Mullins take care of funeral arrangements and family stuff.
You're not the only cop in the world, Harry. This all comes back to us.
Still, good work with the missing person, Detective.
Thank you. You get to stay on the team.
It's still a point for you. No denying it.
I also looked into the mystery of the doomed commercial area. Does it matter? It was like a tiny little thing. I still have it, thank fuck. I confiscated drugs.
Who's Kuno?
You don't want to know.
You're right, Lieutenant. I don't. You snorted the drugs, I know you did. It's alright. I mean, at this point, anything is but the drink.
I still have it, man. Let me present it and be like, here it is. I'll tell you. I looked into the Doom commercial area.
I don't know what a Doom commercial area is.
We're all going bankrupt. I looked into it. The curse turned out to be the possible but the part of my larger investigation into Martinez itself.
No, it didn't. It didn't turn out to be anthropometical again. Enough with this sort of repale 2mm hole in the word line. This isn't Paradox B. We're a police force.
Kim?
It doesn't look like the lieutenant wishes you to push this angle further. Cut it out is indeed what he is thinking.
Wanna take this hot shit back?
I don't want to, but you discovered a new species and solved the murder. So I have to. Jude?
Anything that ends the trial is okay with me.
You haven't been drinking, she thinks. So, maybe this time.
This time for sure.
Agreed. The public relations potential of this is too valuable to let go.
Okay. We have vehicles in the square, and the perpetrator needs to be taken into custody. Let's go.
Now you will finally get to know who you are.
I have a few questions before we go. Who am I?
Westward, impatiently, jingling his car keys in his pocket.
Who am I?
Who are you? You're a gym teacher, Harry.
What?
Well, obviously you're not a gym teacher anymore, but...
Before you were a cop, you were a gym teacher in Coron. It's getting really cold outside. Should we maybe...
That does explain a lot.
Harry, it explains everything. The running around, the jumping, the bicep girth, your inexplicable facial hair.
The collection of found sportswear I've amassed.
The fact that you don't seem to know what homosexuality is. And your moves on the church floor, which honestly were just jump aerobics.
Also, this guy. Just everything about this guy.
Contact Mike.
Of course. Contact Mike.
He's been on about Mike again. I hate that guy.
Contact Mike is a reprise of the most inspiring basic sporting principle of open competition.
Oh, you don't say. Does he also vault an impassable gulf of finance and privilege?
It is getting cold out.
When was this?
In your 20s or late 20s. You've really let yourself go since then.
Quran?
Yes, you taught gym in Cool. I believe that's the term. Taught gym at a high school. You were a high school gym teacher.
The smell of sweat and glue. The worn floorboards.
High school. Harry, your goings-on with Kuno, Andre, Acel, the whole thing on the ice. That's why you are so juvie.
Shut the fuck up.
His smirk suggests barely contained laughter.
Why'd I join RCM?
The regular. You found some chick. She inspired you to fight the big fight. Be more than you are. All that.
You, every morning, walking from Voyager Road to teach gym. She, leaving for the academy with her spring coat on. The air filled with the smell of smoke and raspberries, and incredible hope. An ocean full of hope.
I see.
I knew it. I knew no normal human being can run like that. He's an honest-to-God gym teacher.
Why am I like this?
It's not a mystery. Some chick fucked you over. Also, you were drunk.
You really went with it too. Really maximized the damage.
Who?
Dora something. Dora England. Yeah, you mentioned her name.
Not Dora Dubois.
England?
Something like that. Half Vazan.
Not even married?
No one is married anymore. This is Revachol.
When was this?
God, I don't know. 6 years ago? She was way before my time.
6 years and you haven't gotten over it? What the hell is wrong with you?
Yeah. Or 7. You're not doing too good there. It's an old man thing. 2 old years equals 1 normal year. That and Dora England really tore you a new one. A big one.
Who was she?
Incredibly bangable.
But like, what'd she do?
She was incredibly fuckable. A beautiful bourgeois woman. Wayfish. Like a Welkin, basically.
Snow Welkin. Blonde Welkin. Heartbreak Welkin. Pain Welkin.
I've only seen a picture, but it's obvious you formed a real spiritual connection with how pretty she was. One you never recuperated from.
Look, the sun is going down. It's time to go home.
I think she taught in the Académie des Arts, east of the river. Way east. Hard to say which came first, the middle-class chick or the drink. Egg and the chicken kind of thing. My point is, you need to see a psychiatrist about this shit. Not a psychologist. Several degrees harder. Is there something harder than a psychiatrist? A forensic psychiatrist? Go talk to that.
In other words, he's heard enough about this.
I need to know, am I a dirty cop working for La Puta Madre?
No.
Well, a suspect seemed to think.
You're too unstable to work for a mob boss. You're suicidal, Harry. No mob boss would take you.
Phew.
I assure you, I wouldn't consult for a corrupt unit.
He would immediately backpedal out of it.
Alright, we good?
I told you it's not that bad.
Precinct 41.
Us? We're the bloody murder station, haven't you heard? We're the bad guys. No one likes us.
Apparently.
That's not true. Jamrock is too big for one precinct. You are just understaffed. And everyone respects the 41st. You have Captain Price.
Thank you, Lieutenant. You're being kind. It is an understaffed station and the district is too big. Which is why we need to...
Get back to it. We left Torsen and McLean to run the Sea Wing. It's not good.
Who?
Mac the Torso Torsen and Chester McLean. They're not fit to run a wing. Believe me. Things are shaky as it is.
They are damn iconic though. Torsen and McLean.
An iconic duo.
Yeah, not like us. Two clinically depressed old men. Where's the contrast here? We are garbage.
The Sea Wing.
God. There are 4 wings, Harry. A, B, C, and D. We're in C. It's made of losers and clock punchers. You and I reconceptualized it as a task force. It was a mistake.
There's also a lot of outside help involved, not only me. Other losers too.
He's anything but a loser. Although he would like to be seen as one. It's cooler that way.
Captain Price?
Ptolemy Price? He's the son of the old Price, one of the founders of the RCM.
He's one of the most highly regarded men in the force. You're lucky.
Somewhere under the curved roof of a former silk factory, shaped like a ladybird with 2 chimneys, Police Captain Ptolemy Price sits behind a heavy wooden desk. Resident medic Nix Gottlieb pours him coffee. It's silent in the captain's office. They speak of change, the city, the tension on the streets. They speak of the events of April and the blood on the streets in May.
Did we recently shoot up a church by any chance?
So he remembers that. Yes, there may have been a raid on some churches, It wasn't good press.
Shooting up churches never is. I was out of town, to be clear.
What happened?
Our enemies were hiding in a church, to the best of our information. That's it. I'm not talking about this anymore. Your security clearance is shit tier right now. You have to wait for it to go up.
That's fair.
He means it. The RCM and its enemies will not be discussed on this coast.
Fair.
Your clearance will not go up while you're within earshot of the Union headquarters.
So I work in the bloody murder station.
Okay. It's not the bloody murder station. It's an old converted silk mill with green desk lamps and a coffee corner. A lot of good people work there. Hard. Every day.
Hell yeah.
Jamrock is the largest ghetto in Rivershoal. Faubourg, technically, but it's divided into 11 districts. Jamrock only has us.
The press will blow over. Jamrock is lucky to have you, and it's often considered to be the greatest of the districts. You're lucky to have it.
Thank you again, Lieutenant.
The fast mid I need to tell Lena.
Who is Lena?
She lives at 1113 Tabernacle Road in Jamrock. Remember?
Yeah, obviously I remember. A cryptozoologist. She lives in Jamrock on top of the Babbity Boat.
Tabernacle? It's on the way over. Near where you live on Perdition.
Fine. If we're gonna drop you off anyway.
She and her husband were conducting the search for the Phasmid. It's their discovery, in part. They should know as soon as possible. It would do you good to deliver some positive news for a change.
She is going to be over the moon.
And I don't know, Kim. Holy shit. What will you do now?
Well, first I will go back to my station and write the most detailed report anyone has ever seen. It will have to be good to cover all these. Then I will have a serious talk with my captain.
About what?
Detective, we just stopped a small-scale war. Something is happening to Rivershoal. I don't know what yet, but it's going to be a hard spring for the RCM. We need to get ready, infiltrate, investigate.
Le retour.
I'm not even gonna take a chance saying anything other than this one. Want to do that at Station 41?
Talk to Captain Price? I'd rather not ruffle the feathers of two captains with my doom-mongering.
No, I meant investigate. Come work in Precinct 41.
Work with Price? I'm flattered, but I don't know if I...
Buddy.
Would fit in. And crazy enough. Can take the stress. He doesn't know how to finish the sentence. This truly came as a surprise to him. Not a bad one, but he's at a loss.
Flattered? You're Lieutenant Kitsuragi. We would be flattered if you even considered.
This guy gets to stay on the team.
I would have to tie things up in GRIH first. But, I mean, whatever is coming, Jamrock will be more central to it than the harbor.
And we also have a huge caseload, Lieutenant. Piles that we need to get back to. Mountains, even.
And maybe you too, anyway, that's too early.
I do like the sound of that.
He's really considering it.
Well, I just got an achievement that said I recruited him, so... I'm ready.
Good.
Fuck it, let's go. Tron brought his motor carriage. It's a 20-minute drive to Jamrock.
Let's drive.
Under the evening sky, the great district turns on its lights. A chessboard of wooden houses, 80,000 living souls inside. Fire traps as far as the eye can see, from Main Street to Precinct 41 atop the motorway, to Boogie Street forking into the dark horizon. You close your eyes and hear the dogs bark. A lone woman sits by a factory window, dreaming of meteorite strikes. On Rue de Saint-Jérôme, a square bullet slides into a square-shaped chamber. In Old South, a man without eyelids smiles. Spring has come. It's time.
It's time.
Torsen? Yes. McLean? Yes. Heidelstein? No. Vicmer? Yes. Dubois? Of course.
Kitsuragi?
Really? Nix Gottlieb looks up from the list. I hear he's unstable. You say that like it's a bad thing. Captain Potomny Price gestures with a ballpoint pen. It's dim in his office, and the curtains are drawn. Harry's our man. He'll pull through. When he does, he'll side with the people. Understood. Gottlieb returns to the list. Minnow? Of course.
Wonderful. Then can we please just go back to Jamrock now?
What a shit game, huh? Jesus Christ. The game that never ends. Is there gonna be a 20-hour post-credit scene? This episode is almost 5 hours long. If I knew, like, I would have split it at least into 2, but no, this had to end. It feels like the purpose of my life to play games like this, like among the thousands of games made every year, you get a few in there that just stand out, that just do its thing. You know, this game is just its own thing, and you can point out similarities to other games, and, well, it does this, which this game also does, but come on. This game is fucking insane. I always wanted to play it, really just because of the graphics. I thought that looks like really cool graphics, so that would probably be fun, right? I didn't expect to do over 40 episodes of this and just be playing it for like a whole year, which is because I was a bit slow in the beginning, but damn, Little Lily. Oh, that's one of the kids, I assume. Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum. Did I pressed the button and it like Kitsuragi. Da 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 da. Ba-na-na-na-na. Na-na. Na-na. Da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da. What am I gonna do now, you know? It's gonna feel so weird to play something else. I do have a lot of plans. I know exactly what I'll be doing. But damn. Korean localization, blah 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 blah. Well, I can't even skip, so we'll take it. God, I feel like I've had a few sips of coffee through this 5 hours. Like, I need food. Disco fucking Elysium. I'll never trust Proxy again when she tells me a game is short. I don't know how you could have finished this game in 20 hours and done everything. This last bit took like, if we ignored the starting bit where I walked around, talked to a few people, from when I took the boat, I did everything. I talked a little bit, but mostly I did it as quick as you could. That all took at least 4 hours altogether. And there's just no way. There is no way. Ba-da-bum-bum-bum-bum. Do I have to sit through? What's an LQA technician? Hannah Levine? Yeah. Good job. I love you. Arabic? Yeah. Kamal. Good job. Ibrahim. Wahid. Yes, good job. Reviewers. AMR. Erik Hitzenhausen. I don't know what to say about this game, other than what I've said and been saying through the whole game. It's gonna be so weird to not launch this game again. But I'm also happy that it's over, so I can move on to new things now. It has been a fucking pleasure. Did the credits just start going quicker now? Am I tripping? I don't even know. I don't even know what's going on anymore. Bum 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 bum. Chinese, yeah. Right. Da da da. Oh, goopy doopy. Harry. W. Freighter Harrier Dubois. Kim has joined us at Precinct 41. And those people there, part of my squad, apparently I'm the leader. I stayed off alcohol the whole time, so I think I'll be a good leader again. Especially with Kim on my side. God damn, I would have loved. I would have loved for a Disco Elysium 2. But that doesn't seem like it's gonna be a thing. We might get something else similar, but probably not in the universe. What? Sure. Here I am. Here I go again on my own. I could set up thumbnails? Can I? Hello? I can... Oh, I can be big. I can be... Man, I can make my own thumbnails. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. With your shilly filches. Yeah, what you gonna do, huh? What you gonna do, little boy? Anyway. So, have I truly met all of these people? Yep. There could have been one that slipped through the cracks, you know? Yeah, oh yeah. All y'all. Who are you? Oh, you're the chef, yep. All the kids, the washerwoman, the long-haired dude. With the names we're not gonna talk about. I don't know who you are. I never met you. Or you. Interesting. The old lady, I don't think I know who you are either. Or maybe I do. And yeah, no. A scab? Maybe you were just standing yelling along with the other guy. And you guys might have been... This guy was in the bar. Sure, whatever. I need to press this button. Disco Elysium. It's been a motherfucking pleasure. Insane. But a great pressure. Pressure? Pleasure. Pressure and pleasure. Yeah. Disco Elysium has crashed. Yeah, you can stop. Yep. 5 hours. No, not even 5 hours. Haha. Take care, guys. I'm sorry for the length of this video, but you know, yeah, you're old enough and big enough and smart enough to figure out to watch an hour at a time or whatever. I hope you've enjoyed this playthrough. Thank you so fucking much for joining me on this ride. It's been crazy. My mind is currently fucked. It's mush. I feel a need for food and air and maybe some liquids. I'll see you guys around for Inscription, but also for some new playthroughs. One that will probably be a full playthrough about the length of this video, maybe. I don't know. I wasn't sure I was gonna do a full playthrough that would be that long, but now clearly I can. Yeah. And then another game that's really should not be that long based on the graphics in the game. Some claymation or whatever you call it. I doubt you can make a game that's super long with that. That probably takes a long ass time. Anyway, I'll see you guys around. And if there's anything you want to see me play, any games that are just legendary and iconic that one should play, let me know. I'll do it. Even if they're goddamn 60 hours long. I do have 65 hours in the game. I don't know what to say. Just, goodbye. Yep, I need food. And the toilet. And air. And sanity back. That'll take a while. Good night. Goodbye. Poof.